the meeting to order. We can have all of us take a seat. You can come to the front. We also have some seats here at the front, Daktari. Okay, so I want
Yes, Virginia. Hello.
Good morning.
Okay, so I want to welcome you to this meeting. Thanking you so much for taking time to be with us. I want to welcome the Director General, Dr. Elias Abdi, who will be representing the PS in this meeting. I also want to acknowledge our directors who have taken time to be with us: Director Policy, Planning and East African Community Affairs, Director Planning, Director ECD. I don't know whether there is other director that I have missed out. We welcome you and we are really pleased to have you. So we are going to begin our meeting with a word of prayer. And I want to request that we have a volunteer to lead us with a word of prayer. Please, let's have somebody. Yes, Emis, you can.
Okay, let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts, Father, for taking care of each one of us. Thank you, Lord, for the journey mercies you have accorded each one of us to be in this place. And we give you the glory and honor unto your name. As we share the various the information that we are going to get from this workshop, we call upon you, Father, to help us conceptualize and understand and put whatever will be shown and taught, Lord, into practice. We call upon you, Father, for guidance. Give us wisdom and knowledge. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Emis. So we are going to move on to the next. And before I go there, I also want to acknowledge the director, Unesco ITVA, who is joining us online. And I know we also have other KIX Hub partners who are online. Feel welcome to this meeting. So we are now going to have introductions. We are just going to do it briefly. We just say our names and the organization that we come from so that we can get to know each other. So I'll ask our team who are doing the COVID-19 protocols to really guide us. We can start with Dr. Mogo here.
Good morning. My name is John Mogo. I work for an organization called Is Idrc Foundation based here in Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Abiero. I work for Africa Early Childhood Network as Program Manager, Regional Advocacy. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Moria Sigari, Director ECD, Ministry of Education.
My name is Anne Gasha. I work in the Ministry of Education, State Department for Early Learning and Basic Education, and in the Directorate of Policy Partnerships at East African Community Affairs.
Good morning. My name is Kennedy Otieno, representing the Director Teacher Service Commission, Quality Assurance and Standards.
Good morning, everybody. My name is George Kenya, working for the Ministry of Education, PS office. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Trofena Kirongo, Ministry of Education, DG's office.
Good morning, everyone. My name is MS Jello, Deputy Director from National Council for Nomadic Education in Kenya.
Good morning. My name is James Njogu. I'm from Kenya National Commission for Unesco, a Deputy Secretary General in charge of programs. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Timothy Kinoti. I'm from the World University Service of Canada. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yvonne Rispamboya. I work for UNESCO, International Institute for Capacity Building in Africa. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. My name is Maina Gyoko with Aga Khan Academies.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Scholastica Mundi, working for the Kenya National Examination Council.
Good morning. My name is Olive Budhia, working at Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, Deputy Director, in charge of pre-primary and primary education.
Good morning. My name is Ann Gatia, coming from Kenya National Examinations Council and also the KIX Hub focal point.
Good morning. My name is Irene Wali. I work for Save the Children.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Wasihongo. I'm the National Coordinator Elimu Coalition. I am also a member of the National KIX team.
Morning, everyone. My name is Hannah Maina, Minister of Education and Childhood Education.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mirumbe Serena Celestine from the Ministry of Education, Directorate of ECD.
Good morning. My name is Bofin Otieno. I'll be the rapporteur of the day.
Good morning, everyone. Virginia Mumo, working in the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa, based here in Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now we know who is around the room physically. Unfortunately, for the team that is joining us virtually, we may not be able to give you a chance one by one, but we recognize you and we will ensure that we keep recognizing you as we go through the processes of the day. So feel welcome and part of us as we move on. I also want to take this time to just spell out, just to remind ourselves the COVID-19 guidelines. We are going to be here today, and as those of us who are here physically, we will be interacting, that we still remember that we have COVID-19 and that we wear our masks properly, we keep social distance. The hotel has made sure that there is good distance between us on our tables. And I'll also ask the hotel to provide us with sanitizers on the tables. I've noted we don't have that. So our admin at the back, please can you liaise with the hotel to give us sanitizers on the tables so that we can keep using them. I also want to bring to your attention that we have masks at the corner. So in case you have a problem with your mask, probably the strap is broken or something, just feel free to walk to the back and ask for an extra mask. It will be provided. So with that, I now want to invite the director Policy and East African Community Affairs to take us through the rest of the program. Karibu sana, Dr. Mulambe. My name is Mary Kangede. I work for the Kenya National Commission for Unesco as the Director Education Program. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mary Kangede. Our PS, State Department of Early Learning, ably represented here by the Director General, Basic Education, Dr. Elias Abdi, Directors of Education present, Director ECD, Director Planning, Director Education at NATCOM, and all the officials from the Ministry of Education, Jogo House, who are present, colleagues from our sagas. I can see Mr. Otieno, TSC. We have Ann Gatia, the focal person from NEC. We have our Deputy Director from KICD. Our colleagues from the partners, can see Banamugo, Zizi Africa, Elimietu Coalition, and colleagues from UNESCO who are here. Our colleagues who are joining us virtually, our chairman, EDPCG, Banajalo. I can see Mary Ann, also from UNESCO. I can see Gabriel. I can see Abiaman Rana, and all those who are joining us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say good morning. Good morning once again. Yes, welcome to this important dialogue, Kenya KIX Africa 19 Hub, national dialogue in Kenya, one of its kind, which is actually blended, or rather one colleague called it hybrid, where we have experts from various organizations and from various backgrounds coming together to look at 4 thematic areas: the area of early childhood development education, the areas of teaching and learning, the areas of learning assessment, and of course, the areas of data management in education. I believe this is going to be a very valuable dialogue for all of us as education experts. And I think without wasting time, I want to ask my colleague, the focal person, Ann Gatia, to take us through the main points to consider and of course make her remarks. Ann Gatia, please, welcome. Why don't you clap for her?
Thank you so much, Dr. Mulambe. Good morning, everyone. Those who are joining us virtually, please feel welcome to this national dialogue, the first of its kind. It's the pilot for the other 19 countries that are part of the KIX Africa 19, the Anglophone countries in Africa. I want to quickly mention that this is a project that is targeting the 19 African Anglophone countries that have been brought together by UNESCO ICBA, African Union, IDRC. And it began last year, around March 2020. And before we could have our first meeting, COVID-19 broke. And therefore, I wish to inform this meeting that we have not been able to have any face-to-face meetings. But since then, we have been having virtual engagements, which have been quite fruitful. And during the day, we'll be able to share some of the deliberations that we have been going through. The KIX Africa 19 Hub, just like the name suggests, or the acronym, it stands for Knowledge, Innovation, and Exchange. So what this means is that it is a consortium of countries that have been brought together so that they can share knowledge, they can share the innovations that coming from their different countries and exchange, share best practices, and where possible, adopt those best practices in the country. The KIX Africa 19 Hub actually focuses on 6 thematic areas. And the first thematic area is to strengthen the learning assessment systems. I think we are all aware that assessment normally will inform what we do. It comes at the end of the education cycle, but it's so critical that the outcomes of the assessments that are done in our education systems actually do inform whether learning is taking place. They do inform whether the curriculum is appropriate, and it also informs the country or the education on what interventions need to take place so that teaching and learning can be effective and so that the quality of education can also be effective. The second aspect is improving teaching and learning, then strengthening early childhood care and education. The fourth item is achieving gender equality and through education. The fifth is leaving no one behind. And the sixth is meeting the data challenge in education. So the hub activities are organized around those 6 thematic areas. However, you will find that as I will make my presentation later, some in-depth country mapping was done through questionnaires that were given to various people within the countries, the 19 countries, and they were able to now map up which are the priority areas. Different countries gave different priority areas in terms of the support that they would wish to get from the KIX hub. And there was prioritization into breaking them into 2 tranches, the first tranche and the second tranche. And after that, that informed the call for action by IDRC. So therefore today, we are gathered here so that we can deliberate on priority areas for Kenya. So this is going to come from us. What I'll be presenting will be mainly what came up through those research findings from the questionnaires and interviews that were conducted. But since we are gathered here from different organizations, education stakeholders, then at the end of the day, we'll be able to have a call for action. We'll be able to prioritize what Kenya actually needs in terms of the 4 thematic areas that have been categorized as the first tranche of the priority areas. And therefore, this dialogue today is meant for us to discuss the role and functioning of the KIX Africa 19 Hub towards strengthening education systems. How do we strengthen what we already have? How do we accelerate education progress? I know Kenya, we are making quite some progress, but how do we then accelerate that progress? Another objective that we have today is that we need to map the existing knowledge, the promising practices that we'll be sharing in all the sessions, and the priorities at a national level that will therefore inform the knowledge, innovation, and exchange at a country level, and also at the region level. Today, we'll also provide an opportunity for our local education group, that is the LEG members, who will be able to present their national interests to ensure knowledge and lessons that have been learned, support the country level policy dialogues and implementation. So we are happy to have participation from our local education group, and they'll be also sharing with us what the interests are in order to support progress of our education. And finally, the last objective is that we'll have group discussions we'll have a lot of exchanges. And with that, we'll be able to come up with a call to action, which will be able to document all the outcomes that will come out from this meeting, and we'll be able to define the priorities related to policy challenges through research, and also find out what innovations are there from Kenya, from other countries that can be scaled to a greater level. And with that, that is the objectives. I wish to begin the presentation. You can put it up for me. And this presentation basically is coming from the engagements that we have been having with the KIX Africa 19 Hub, the countries that have been participating. And also, I quickly picked up what is relevant to Kenya, or what came up, and it will guide us in our deliberations later in the day. So we shall be looking at the priority areas in the thematic, the 6 thematic areas that I have already mentioned. What are some of the achievements that Kenya has, and what are the potential benefits from the KIX Hub? How do we as Kenya intend to actually benefit from this hub? And as you can see there, that is just trying to demonstrate the countries that are participating in this hub. And I think that somebody from Unesco will be taking us through this in detail. They'll be taking us through the project, the objectives of the larger project. I think that is Yvonne later in the day, and Madam Joy Nafungo. But you can see that the purpose of the KIX Hub is actually to collect, generate, and exchange evidence data, or use evidence, the researches that have been conducted in different countries. What are the innovations that are there in different countries? What can Kenya borrow? What can Kenya give to the other countries in terms of the 6 thematic areas? I think that I have already mentioned, that the thematic areas are to do with strengthening the national learning assessment, the early childhood, gender equality, what is Kenya doing, or what should Kenya do, what are the gaps that are there, the inclusion, so that we don't leave anybody behind. So that we don't leave anybody behind. And therefore, the KIX Hub, what are some of the expected impacts at the end of the project, which is a 6-year project? The first one is to improve policy and practice development. So we need to look as education stakeholders, look at the policies that are there, look at our national education sector, look at any other policy that is there. What are the practices that we have, and how can we improve that? The other impact which should come at the end of this project is to enhance the use of evidence to inform policy and practice development. So a lot of research will be carried out. A lot of call for papers has been done, even in other KIX hubs. And so that the research findings that come from such research is able to inform policy. Scale up innovations in education. I think in Kenya, we are all aware that we have adopted the competency-based curriculum. And one of the key areas or the core competencies that is being stressed is creativity and imagination. And therefore, what will research show us? What will best practices in other countries show us so that we can scale up those innovations to be able to utilize that in Kenya? Another impact of the project is to create new partnerships and networks so that we are able to support the sustainability of the evidence for improving policy. So it is an opportunity for Kenya to partner with the other 19 countries and be able to improve on their policies. So far, since last year, of course, has been a little slow because of the COVID-19, but we have been able to have some engagements with the other 19 countries, one of them being online meetings on the introduction of the KIX Africa 19 Hub. So there were a series of meetings that were trying to show what are the objectives of this project, what are the thematic areas, and going through those thematic areas one by one. Several webinars and symposiums have been conducted, sharing experiences by countries, especially when COVID broke. Then countries have been engaging on how to cope with COVID-19 pandemic. And Kenya has been a bit privileged because they have had a lot of their teachers, especially the global teacher, Mr. Tabich, was able to make a presentation to the rest of the countries. A lot of presentations have been made by FAWE. A lot of presentations have been made by many countries. How are countries, especially around May, around June, when schools closed, there were a lot of engagements where countries were sharing what they are doing in terms of e-learning, in terms of even coping with stress, in terms of the teachers, in terms of the parents, and that was a good way of engagement. Another engagement, or what we can call a success, is that the KIX Africa Hub has been able to come up with a KIX digital knowledge platform. So all the KIX focal points and all the KIX national team have access to that digital knowledge platform, where sector plans for all the countries, a lot of information is deposited in that repository, and they access it and share with the relevant people in their countries. There is also the KIX Observatory on COVID-19 responses in Africa education systems. So the KIX Hub was able to actually take views from different countries on how they were responding, or how the education system was responding to COVID-19, and there is a write-up on that particular one. The other one is that there has been KIX peer learning and exchange portal. Here, there has been a lot of engagements across the technical personnel in our ministries through that portal. So we have a lot of access, or most of the members in the ministry, especially in the policy directorate, have access. KICD, TSC, NEC have access to that portal, and they are able to learn what other countries are doing. We are able to post questions. If you are posting questions about teacher professional development, then they answer through that kind of a portal. Again, the KIX Africa 19 Hub has been a media of creating awareness for call for papers from other KIX hubs. There are other KIX hubs, like we have the Francophone with the French-speaking countries. There is one for Asia and others. So whenever there is call for papers, which are actually projects, they have been able to share with us, and we have been able to share that with education stakeholders so that they can participate in such projects that are supposed to help improve the quality of education. The other thing that we have been able to do is that a rapid assessment of country experiences was conducted. And I'll be sharing the findings at a glance, which we can also share the full report later, just to find out rapidly what were the experiences of the countries in the 6 thematic areas. And then there was the in-depth country mapping survey. Here, a questionnaire was given to stakeholders in the 6 thematic areas in all the 19 countries. And I'll also share briefly what the findings were. Can move on. Another success, and I think in the afternoon somebody will be sharing on the community of practice, is that the KIX Africa Hub has been conducting a lot of community of practice in different areas. And I chose to speak about this one on foundations of education quality. There is another one on the EMIS. And even as yesterday, there is another call for community of practice on management of information system. And this particular one was being organized by Africa Curriculum Association. And we are happy to say that we have one of our members, Jacqueline Onyango from KICD, who is a member of the Africa Curriculum Association. So Kenya was highly represented in this particular community of practice. They were able to conduct 6 sessions that were running every Thursday from July, I think 5th to around August. And we also had a number of us who are here participating because the 6 sessions had 6 themes, and therefore we ensured that representations from those agencies were able to participate. The first session was on designing of competency-based education and reform. And this was a very good one because it was very relevant to Kenya because this is where we are. And we had the Africa Curriculum Association actually taking us through, or taking those participants who are able to log in virtually on how to design. And because I was able to participate, I could see a lot of similarities that Kenya has actually followed the right way from what the deliberations that were going on. Specifically, we had somebody from Botswana, Mollis, who took through that very good session. The second session was on teacher professional development for competency-based education. And this particular one, the Teacher Service Commission, quite a number of them were able to participate. And I'm sure that they'll be sharing their experiences on what they were able to take home to improve what they already have on teacher professional development. The third one was on competency-based assessment. That is where I fall, coming from Kenya National Examinations Council. And again, this was a critical one because we were able to actually share issues that are pertinent across the countries. And we also realized that a number of African countries are also implementing the competency-based curriculum, Zimbabwe, Uganda, and others. And therefore that sharing was very, very good. Then the fourth session was on monitoring and evaluation on competency-based learning. Again, we invited stakeholders to participate in that particular session. The fifth one was on qualities and practices of evidence on education system. There, those from the Directorate of Policy came in very hardy, and I'm sure they took home quite a lot of information. And the last session was on case studies on regional projects, whereby we can actually borrow the innovations that have come up from those particular case studies. And then for that community of practice, there was the Kopano Education Forum, whereby after each engagement, then the participants would continue throughout the week to engage through the Kopano Education Forum. And it was quite engaging because people were asking pertinent questions that have been bothering them, and they were able to be answered by their colleagues. So it is a very good way of peer enhancement, peer learning, learning from your peers, learning from different countries. Then the rapid assessment that was done was trying to identify experiences. What are the experiences of the different countries? What are the best practices in terms of the 6 thematic areas? What are the innovations and what are the emerging priorities? And these are some of the findings that came up from the rapid assessment. I just took a few because it is quite a detailed report. On learning assessment, you can see that Uganda, Kenya, and Somalia had some things in common, that they had been able to develop learning strategies and guidelines, including standardized formative assessments, which are aligned to the learning outcomes for basic education and also for their TVET curriculums. In training and capacity development, we're able to see that Kenya, Lesotho, and Gambia developed capacity building of in-service teachers and assessors on assessment and designing quality test items for all grades in their classrooms. So I was able to pick what was common for Kenya and other countries. Then when we come to Kenya, it was of importance when we come to the learning assessment is that we have been able to adopt portals or online portals so that we can use them as repository for assessment tools. That once we give an assessment, then the teacher would still be able to access that tool through the portal even later on for formative assessment. Introduction of authentic assessments, formative assessments in terms of projects and portfolios, that is Kenya. And Kenya is also through our National Assessment Center have been conducting large-scale assessments nationally and regionally, where we have SACMEC as a regional assessment that is being conducted among 16 countries. On the second thematic areas, which is teaching and learning, at the policy level, Kenya, Uganda, and Sierra Leone were able to show that they have developed a national policy for teachers. They have a TPD, that is teacher professional development, and quality teaching standards have been developed in the 3 countries. Introduction of learner-centered pedagogies, that is Kenya, Uganda, and Somalia, had that in common, that they have been able to come up with moving from teacher-centered pedagogies to learner-centered pedagogies. Again, on teaching and learning, policies for STEM and early grade literacy and numeracy have been put in place. Digital literacy for teachers, that is for Kenya and Gambia. There's a lot of integration of ICT in supporting teaching and learning, and especially when COVID did begin, then there was the enhancement of the open distance e-learning education channels that our KICD normally has, and we're able to deliver lessons to learners and continue with learning as much as was possible. Then on the teacher capacity development, we have the TPD programs through the schools-based teacher support systems, especially for science, maths, and English. And this was targeting the marginalized counties in Kenya. Again, Kenya was seen to have also come up with a teacher performance appraisal development, which has been introduced through prescribed module programs. And these are some of the things that other countries could also be able to borrow from. On teaching and learning, again, in Kenya, we have envisaged the 100% transition so that we can increase the transition levels and retention levels, especially for those communities that have been marginalized. Introduction of free primary and day secondary education is also another good thing. Again, a lot of teacher trainings have been conducted or are being conducted at all levels in both Kenya and Sierra Leone. For early childhood, for Uganda, Zambia, and Kenya, there was noted that there's a development of a national early childhood syllabus. And in Kenya, more specifically, there is the integration of the ECD in the basic education in our CBC programs. Then through UNICEF, there has been the multi-sectoral approach of addressing the first 100 days of a child, whereby we are integrating early child development at all basic levels, looking at their health, looking at their nutrition, so that we can enhance their education. Also in Kenya, we have that tool which normally assesses learners or looks at their preparedness, their readiness to join primary, which is called the Kenya School Readiness Assessment Test, which is a good tool because it is able to tell the learner moving from pre-primary the competencies that they have been able to achieve. On gender equality, we have girl child policies and FGM interventions, which are promoting the retention and transition for the girl child. And when it comes to training and capacity, then we always find a lot of emphasis on job opportunities that are asking women to apply. Okay, on inclusivity, because this is also very key, one of the thematic areas. In Kenya, Uganda, we have the Disability Act, the Universal Free Primary Policy, Free Day Secondary, and the Education Act that all try to make sure that every learner is not, no learner is left behind. In terms of exams and assessment, again, there's always adaptation. There's always ensuring that every learner is catered for in the examinations. There's also curriculum that has been put in place for learners with special needs, especially those that have severe disabilities for the first time in Kenya. And then there's the TV lessons, which are always accompanied by a sign of the civil society, parents association, school management, to ensure that all the stakeholders in education are actually involved. For data challenge, we have a statistical booklet that has been developed. We have the NEMIS, and we also have access to exam results online or on mobile, query systems when it comes to examination matters, etc. in terms of data challenge. So in terms of potential benefit, and I believe that at the end of the day, we'll be able to add in quite a lot on this. How does Kenya intend to benefit from the hub? Noting that this hub is supposed to generate knowledge, is supposed to exchange knowledge and innovations that are coming across the countries, we intend to use the research that will come within the project to enhance the evidence-based policies, sharing of knowledge among countries and other KIX hubs in the world, capacity building of our education technical persons in the 6 thematic areas. And of course, scale innovations that we already have and that we have been able to borrow from other countries. So as I end, the big question we need to ask ourselves is, how do we then strengthen our practices and systems for learner-centered education? We'll be answering that in the group sessions that we shall be having later on as we go on. So we need to continuously reflect on our education practices in the 6 thematic areas, keep asking ourselves what is going on well, what is not going on well, and how will we make sure that it goes on well as intended. So thank you very much. I want to stop there.
Thank you very much, Anne Gatia. I think she needs one organized clap, eh? Just one. Angusha. Yeah, thank you very much, Anne. I think that was very good. In the interest of time, and particularly for our colleagues who are with us virtually, we want to skip some presentations and then get to them immediately after our chief guest has talked to us. Please bear with us just because of other competing activities which are equally relevant. And therefore, I want to ask the CEO, NATCOM, Dr. Njogu, to make some very, very few remarks, and then we'll invite our chief guest. Dr. Njogu, please.
Thank you, Dr. Mlambe. I'm representing the CEO, Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, Dr. Evelyn Njoka. And what I'll do is that I'll read a very short statement in the interest of time. So let me first of all salute the Principal Secretary, Early Learning and Basic Education, represented by DG, alias Abdi. Director, UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa, I'm sure is represented by Jalo and the colleagues from the regional office. The director, UNESCO ICBA, and the various directors from the ministry present here. I think Dr. Mlambe here, Sebastian, Maria Sagiri, senior officials from the ministry, representative from GPE, IDRC, representative from government MDAs, among them NEC, TSC, and others. The various invited guests, representative from NGOs and the various networks, participants, both virtually and physically within the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to be here today during the KIX Hub National Dialogue, whose main aim is to foster a shared understanding of the role of the Global Partnership for Education, a regional KIX Africa 19 Hub, in strengthening the national education system and accelerating education progress. I note with appreciation that KIX Hub seeks to scale up proven solutions and generates innovative solutions to address the key education challenges and integrate the key lessons into sector policy and planning process. In addition, the hub foster demand-driven regional knowledge exchange and strengthen the capacity of hub members to identify, use, share, and mobilize evidence-related priority policy challenges. It produces the relevant knowledge, evidence synthesis, and disseminates to the relevant sectors, and mobilize and position regional knowledge and evidence for uptake. You will agree with me that the hub provides a major opportunity for improving education delivery through sharing our experiences and learning from others. I note with appreciation that our country has made substantial progress over recent years toward equity and broadening access to quality education. The ministry has made a commitment to education deliverables at the national, regional, and global levels. The National Education Sector Plan 2018-2022 outlined national education priorities, while the Continental Education Strategy and SDG 4 spells out the regional and global targets respectively. The Kenya National Commission for UNESCO has been keen to support the ministry's effort to achieve these targets. In particular, the Commission has carried out activities toward enhancing ICT skills among ECD teachers, supported mainstreaming of GCED into curriculum, and worked in collaboration with UNESCO and other partners to put in place a monitoring and evaluation reporting framework. I wish to state our commitment to continue working with the ministry in these areas, which are also key in today's discussion. As I conclude the remarks, I note that COVID-19 is an unprecedented challenge that has changed the way we conduct our business. We also recognize that it has opportunities for innovation and in thinking of our operations. The KIX Hub avails an opportunity to harness such innovation, and today's dialogue will facilitate sharing and deliberation on such practices. Finally, I wish all of us a good time in our deliberation. Thank you all, and regards from the Secretary General, Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the climax has just come, that we now want to invite our chief guest, PS Ministry of Education, State Department of Early Learning and Basic Education, here represented by the Director General, Dr. Elias Abdi. Dr. please welcome. Why don't we give him a round of applause as he moves?
The Director, UNESCO Regional Office, Secretary General, NATCOM, Director, ICBA, representatives of the KIX 19 Hub partners, government officials, education partners present, distinguished guests who are here physically and those joining us virtually. I also want to, in the interest of time, just to go through the remarks by the PS, so that you will have enough time for the deliberations and the dialogue. Well, it gives me great pleasure to be part of this auspicious Education's Knowledge and Innovation Exchange, KIX National Dialogue meeting that is supported by the Global Partnership for Education. And we are also made to understand that the grant agent is the International Development Research Center. And this particular activity is organized by the Ministry of Education Kenya, NATCOM Kenya, which is also a Ministry of Education and Government Agency, UNESCO, ICBA, and also the UNESCO Regional Office, in conjunction, of course, with the UNICEF SRO, Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Office. So we really recognize and appreciate your contribution towards this organizing this particular activity. I also take this earliest opportunity to welcome you all to this meeting and thank each one of us for participating in this historic education knowledge exchange forum, because I'm told it is the first of its kind to be conducted in the 19 Anglophone African countries. I applaud UNESCO and other KIX Hub partners for the relentless effort in making this event a reality and selecting Nairobi, Kenya as the first KIX Africa 19 Hub member state to hold a national dialogue. In fact, I just want to say that Kenya was involved in conceptualizing this particular issue when it was being deliberated at the Global Partnership for Education board meetings. Kenya then being a representative of the Anglophone African countries in the GP board, Africa 1 constituency. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the important role of education, the government shall continue to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and training and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, with deliberate measures to reach the most disadvantaged. In this light, the government remains committed in transforming education, training, and research for sustainable development through policy objectives that must meet the aspirations of the Kenyan Constitution 2010, the Kenyan Vision 2030, and are consistent with the international education commitments and other conventions to which Kenya is a signatory. A key component in building effective partnership and fostering harmonized approach to integrating sustainable development goals to education and other national priorities. The Kenyan Vision 2030, for example, is a development blueprint which recognizes education and training as a vehicle for accelerating transformation of the country to newly industrialized middle-income economy. Specifically, education sector is charged with the responsibility of creating a knowledge-based society that upholds justice, democracy, and accountability, and encourages issue-based and results-oriented political engagements. Today's meeting resonates with this vision through the focus on knowledge production, dissemination, and use towards accelerating achievement of education targets. Indeed, such platforms for knowledge exchange will go a long way in harnessing good practices that are relevant and directly replicable in our region. Colleagues, in acknowledgement of challenges faced by many countries in realizing quality, inclusive, and equitable education for social transformation and development, there'll be need to institute corrective measures with the aim of addressing issues identified in various aspects of education delivery. Key areas of focus include quality assurance, teacher training, recruitment, management and professional development, enhancing gender equity, education data management, and innovative curriculum development that focuses on promotion of the 21st century skills, or rather the soft skills. Such a thematic approach is imperative to facilitate prioritization and development of strategic collaboration and partnership towards continuous improvement of our education systems. This will in turn accelerate progress to meeting our national, regional, and global targets in education. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to note that the purpose of the Knowledge and Innovation Exchange Africa 19 Hub is to collect, generate, exchange, and facilitate the effective use of data, knowledge, and innovation for education, policy formulation, and implementation among the 18 Anglophone African countries in 6 thematic areas that, of course, have been mentioned right here by Anne Ngatia, the focal officer. I wish to state that Kenya has made key milestones in the education thematic areas that are a focus for this meeting. And I think we have been able to take through that also by Anne Ngatia. Whatever we have done in each of the thematic areas, be it ECDE, assessment, teaching and learning, data management, we have done quite a lot in that area as a country. Kenya, like many other sub-Saharan African countries, faces also challenges in the provision of quality education. While the country has made progress in bridging gender gaps with majority of the counties recording a gender parity index of 1, gender inequalities are persistent in some regions of this country, particularly the northern counties. The government has also put in place multi-sectoral interventions to facilitate the famous 100% transition. You're aware of that? We've made quite an effort, although also it has come with its challenges of congestion in our schools. It is, however, noted that innovative approaches are needed to not only help all children transit, but also remain in school. It is my hope that the KIX engagements among the 18 countries will spur and harness innovations and initiatives in this direction. I'm convinced that evidence-based discussions or decisions emerging from such engagements will enhance quality of learning process and outcomes. I wish to again emphasize the need to strengthen frameworks for knowledge and innovation exchange, dissemination and utilization to hasten socio-economic transformation through evidence-based policy formulation. I urge the KIX Hub to continue working closely with the members in Kenya for continuous improvement in the 6 thematic areas that have been identified. And so all we're saying is that as a ministry and on behalf of my peers, that this is really a very good idea where the Anglophone African countries and all the other remaining 3 hubs, I'm told the other developing country partners equally have got their own hubs. And we will be learning from each other because, as you are aware, the Global Partnership of Education invests a lot in the DCP countries, developing country partners. And so even those projects that we are implementing have had successes and challenges. Here in Kenya, for example, we are implementing a primary education project, and we generate a lot of knowledge in terms of evaluating projects that we do. So it is important that we share experiences, especially in implementation, not only of donor projects, but also projects that are implemented domestically. Because here in our country, we have quite a number of projects that we're implementing through domestic funding. So I would say that the knowledge, and ideas that are generated from this kind of hub is what should always be informing us in terms of planning. We intend, for example, to start as a country our next, cycle of the sector plan development, because our sector plan at the moment, if you look at it, is 2018 to 2022, it's coming to an end, and therefore we'll be looking to the knowledge that this hub specifically generates in informing the development of our plans moving forward. So I will urge that this dialogue, being the first of its kind here in Africa, we want the team to have fruitful discussions and deliberations and to come up with a way forward in terms of the engagements and, looking at the knowledge gap that we have in terms of implementing the challenges of the education sector. Go outside there are quite a number of studies that have been done, researches and so on. But at times, knowing and doing are also two different things. We have enough information. How do we put it to practice? These are things that maybe the KIX also needs to consider in terms of ensuring that we come up with ways of solving the challenges we have in our education sector, specifically the challenge of learning and addressing learning, especially in large class sizes, supporting teachers to deliver and supporting, teachers, especially in places where we have teacher shortages and challenges that we have generally in the sector. So with those few remarks, I would now like to declare this first KIX African dialogue held here in Nairobi officially opened. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, our chief guest, Dr. Elias Abdi, for declaring this meeting open. And we will now carry on from where we stopped in terms of our remarks. And I now want to welcome Yvonne, who is representing the Unesco ICBA, to just come and make brief remarks. And in the interest of time, we request that we try to stick to the time so that then we do not extend too much. Karibu, Yvonne.
Thank you, Mary. To the Principal Secretary, who is well represented here by the Director General, to all the directors in the House, Director ICD, Director Planning, Director NATCO, and Deputy Director KCD, all the directors and all the specialists in the House and online. All protocols observed, good morning. I wish to recognize the presence of our consortium partners who are implementing this project. We have online Mr. Abian Wan, who is the Chief of Education UNESCO. We also have online Mr. Jaji Lukman, who is representing African Union. And we also have our director, Dr. Yumiko Yokozeki. And I would really wish to give her at least 2 minutes of my time just to say a word to the team. Welcome, Dr. Yumiko. Dr. Yumiko. Okay, it seems she's not ready yet. So let me go ahead with the presentation. Kindly the next slide. Sorry, I did not introduce myself. My name is Yvonne Boya. I represent KIX, Secretariat. I work with UNESCO ICBA. So I'm going to give a brief overview of the hub And I'll talk about the background, the objective, and the purpose, most of which have already been mentioned by Anne Gatia. Thank you, Anne. You can see why Kenya was selected to be the first one to host this. They represent us very well. So the member countries, they are not 19. My apologies, they are actually 18. We used to have 19, but Sao Tome and Principe, they are French speaking, so they moved. So currently we have 18. Thank you. Currently we have 18 countries as represented there. We have Eritrea, Ethiopia, Gambia, Ghana, Kenya, Lesotho, Liberia, Malawi, Mozambique, Nigeria, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Somalia, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So we only have 18 countries. Next slide, please. Thank you. So let me talk about the hub management. So who manages the hub? So the Africa 19 hub has several management structures. The first one, we have the KIX hub advisory team. And the advisory team is made up of the directors from Unesco, directors from UNICEF, directors from the AU. We also have education focal points from the REX, the EAC, East African Community, the SAD, ECOWAS, and also focal points from ADEA. So those are our advisory team. Then we have the KIX hub technical team. So the technical team, we have experts from UNESCO as well, and from UNICEF. We also have education focal points from FAWE. We also have AFCAN, who are represented here. Thank you, Moses. We have a representative from VVOB, Africa. Please, if you see a name that you do not understand very well, you can actually look at it later because of time. And we also have AU IPED, Education International, SACMEC, and UIS. So those are our technical team that advises. Then the hub is managed by a consortium of three partners. We have UNESCO, International Institute for Capacity Building in Africa, which is the lead. But we also have UNICEF, SRO, Eastern and Southern African Regional Office as a member of the consortium. And we also have African Union. The hub is also managed by the KIX Hub Secretariat, which is made up of a team of 4. And we have also the developing country coordinating focal points, who are also part of the management team, in the sense that we do work together with them when it comes to implementing programs in countries. Thank you. So the project background, the project context, evidence about how to scale up innovations that improve learning outcomes is key to unlocking rapid and sustainable change towards meeting SDG 4 and CISA 2016-2025. But there's little available context-specific evidence about what makes or does not make education interventions work. So because of this, and whether these interventions or about the cost of implementing them, particularly in the sub-Saharan Africa where we are. So, and even when evidence is available, dissemination and capacity to use this evidence is often weak. And I'm sure this has been spoken about by the previous speakers, and especially among key education stakeholders. So this is the reason as to why the hub was formed, to see how we can mitigate these challenges. Next slide. The project objectives. 1 is to establish and manage the regional African KIX hub with emphasis on member states engagement. And like I said, we have 18, continuous learning and adaptive management. The second objective is synthesize knowledge and set regional knowledge and innovation agendas for education policy formulation through quality, inclusive, and equitable education. And the third objective is to support knowledge sharing and mobilization along cross-cutting themes and innovation agendas across the member states. And we've heard about the 6 thematic areas, which we'll continue to hear about until the end of the day. The next slide, what was the purpose of this particular project? So the purpose is to collect, to generate, to exchange and facilitate effective use of data, knowledge, and innovations for education policy formulation and implementation among 18 African countries in 6 thematic areas. So like when we the first slide that I shared, we said that there's no, the usage, there's no data about usage, and even when the knowledge, the research is there, then the implementation is still lacking. So the hub is basically to help the countries to collect, generate, and exchange knowledge so as to improve policies in the 6 thematic areas. Next slide. So about the thematic priority areas, which already Anne talked about at length, we have strengthening learning assessment systems. We have improving teaching and learning, strengthening learning childhood, early childhood care and education, achieving gender equality in and through education, leaving no one behind, and meeting the data challenge in education. So next. So what informed the selection of these thematic areas? One is these are the focus areas of for GPE. These are the focus on GPE priority areas, which are similar across the 4 hubs. We have 4 hubs. We have Africa 19 hub, we have Africa 21, we have Latin America, and we have EAP, Eastern Asia. It's a long word. I've forgotten the other ones. But we have 4 hubs. And then the second thing that informed the selection of the themes was also the information that was obtained from member states through the in-depth country mapping carried out at the beginning of the program, which Anne did go into detail and shared the findings of this in-depth mapping. So we did not just come up with this, and was not just forced down by GPE, but it was also as a result of the in-depth mapping, countries stating exactly what they want. Next, please. So what are the broad goals of KIX Africa 19 Hub? One, and KIX in general, one is to promote the use of evidence in decision-making. And the other one is to scale innovations and also exchange regional knowledge, experiences, practices, and innovations. So today, as we are here, as we'll be deliberating, if you forget everything else that at least we've talked about today, do not forget these 3. That one, we are here to talk about promoting the use of evidence in decision-making. And then we're also here to talk about what innovations are we as Kenya going to scale up? Very important. And then how can we exchange knowledge, experiences, and these innovations? And not only within Kenya, but also across Africa. We share a lot with Africa 21, and so many of our Kenyan representatives have shared in African 21 seminars. So we're looking at how can we exchange knowledge, experience, and practices within the country and outside the country. So with all those few remarks, thank you very much.
Yes, I think, you know, when we got the invitation, I'm sure many of us were wondering what the KIX is all about. And I think this morning we have received a lot of information, especially from Anne's presentation and what Yvonne has shared in terms of what is, how is it conceptualized and what have we done as Kenya. And we can see that this is an important opportunity for us to be able to harness you know, good practices within our country and also without. And I think it can help us to actually strengthen the reforms that we are carrying out in our country. Okay, we move on to the next speaker, and I'm going to I've been asked to request that we fast track the UNESCO representative in the opening remarks. Saidu, please, if you could take the floor, and I ask other speakers to please bear with us. We need to fast track Saidu. Kindly take the floor.
Just a moment. Thank you very much, Mary. Let me quickly say that, rather, I'll extend the apologies of the Regional Director of UNESCO, Professor Hubbard, Guyson, who is actually suddenly had appointments with some cabinet secretaries that he has to courtesy call on. So he has requested me to replace him here. And apologies again for delivering his remarks virtually. I'm supposed to be with you to deliver these and then proceed on to the other tasks that I have on the agenda. So time is of the essence at the moment. So I would quickly dive into the remarks of the of Professor Guyson. And at the beginning here, he would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this hybrid KIX Africa 19 Kenya National Dialogue. And he's particularly, I'll read it now as I'm particularly delighted to have with us, of course, the Principal Secretary, who is ably represented by the Director General of Education, Dr. Abdi, representatives of the Global Partnership for Education, Ms. Joy Nafungo, International Development and Research Center of Canada, IDRC, Dr. Yumiko Yokozeki, Director, Unesco International Institute for Capacity Building, Dr. Evangeline Njoka, my colleague Abian of the UNESCO Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Office, and his colleagues who are listening in, representatives of the Local Education Group, here known as EDPCG, government officials of the ministry, colleagues of the African Union, and IGBA, of course, UNESCO IGBA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first, I wish to thank the Principal Secretary, Minister of Education, Dr. Julius Juan, for gracing this occasion today. Your presence, of course, is represented by the Director General. Your presence, Mr. Principal Secretary, is a clear signal of the high priority you and your office have afforded this national dialogue. I would like to thank the Secretary General KNATCOM and her team, the Ministry of Education and her team, as well as the agencies that are under it, like KENEC, etc. UNESCO IGBA, the director and team, who are joining us, who is joining us virtually. That is IGBA, representatives of IDRC, GPE, African Union, for being here. It is indeed an honor for UNESCO Regional Office to witness this event in which ministry officials, policymakers, and the local education group here in Kenya have come together to exchange ideas on how we can strengthen Kenya's education system through this exchange, this hub. As a continent, investing in education is the most important thing we can do to promote sustainable development. For the fewer than 10 years to the target dates of the SDGs, and actually much fewer for the CESA, the African Union CESA, investing in girls, marginalized children, and vulnerable children and youth, population on the move, and teachers is the just, equitable, and most practical recourse to facilitate the attainment of SDG 4 targets and the strategic objectives of the African Union Continental Education Strategy. The KIX 19 Hub is a fantastic joint collaboration between UNESCO, UNICEF, the African Union, GPE, and the International Development and Research Center of Canada, of course, along with the countries that are part of this, part of the hub, in this case, the 18 countries. This initiative is a great example of mobilizing the power of connectivity and collaboration to collect data and share knowledge and promising practices, and to harness this information through knowledge management tools and platforms and bring them to bear on the development and implementation of education and training policies and practices. UNESCO's role is in opening the door for partnerships, further underscores our commitment to collaborate and strengthen multilateralism and the envisaged SDG 17, which focuses on partnerships. We are indeed privileged to participate and support the hosting of the first ever KIX Africa 19 Hub National Dialogue, and to lead the 17 other nations of Southern, Eastern, and Western Africa in contextualizing knowledge, innovation, and practices gained from the KIX Africa 19 Hub engagement so far. The fact that Kenya was selected to be the pioneer of this noble cause is both humbling and exhilarating. It is humbling because it shows that Kenyan representatives to the hub are representing Kenya very well. while at the same time, it is exhilarating because Kenya gets to set the standard against which 17 other countries may draw lessons from. As with the rest of the world, Kenya is confronted with the formidable challenge of realizing quality, inclusive, and equitable education for social transformation and development, a sustained improvement in the quality of life of all citizens. That is this development. Our goal today is to discuss how we can strengthen our national education system and address our policy challenges by mapping out existing knowledge, innovations, and promising practices. The dialogue will focus on documenting promising practices from Kenya that can be scaled in other KIX Africa 19 countries. This national dialogue has been organized for Kenya to foster a shared understanding of the role and functioning of the regional KIX Africa 19 hub in strengthening Kenya's national education system and accelerate educational progress. UNESCO remains committed to this cause. Today, we must be purposeful and learning from each other and thinking about how we can each contribute towards strengthening our national education systems, policies, and practices. It is time we realize that Africa's education ambitions cannot be realized without building effective partnerships among governments and between governments, the private sector, civil society organizations, and schools in particular. Now, bearing in mind the time we have, I think I would conclude here. And with these brief remarks, I again thank all the participants who have set aside time to attend this national dialogue, both physically and virtually. And I wish you all a fruitful deliberation and thank you for your attention. Here is the end of the remarks by the Regional Director, Professor Guyson. Over to you, Mary. Hello, Mary.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Saidu. We are now going to move to the partner, who is Abian Rana, who is the advisor to the regional office. Thank you so much for being with us on changing, and we thank you. After this, we are also going to hear briefly from the director, UNESCO. I know we were trying to get her earlier. We could not hear her. We'll still give her a chance after this. Thank you so much. Over to you, Abian.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Just double checking if everybody can hear me. If somebody can just acknowledge that.
Yes, you are being heard.
Thank you. Yes, I do. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Professor Hubbard Guyson, UNESCO Regional Director for Eastern Africa, and I know my friend Saidu is representing him today. Dr. Julius Joan, Principal Secretary of the Ministry of Education, and I know the Director General is representing him. Dr. Evangelina Joko, Secretary General of UNESCO Kenya National Commission. Dr. Yumiko Yokozeki, Director of UNESCO's IGPA. Dear colleagues from GPE, IDRC, Kenya Ministry is responsible for education, and UNICEF is our colleagues as well. Good morning and welcome to Kenya KIX Africa 19 National Dialogue meeting. I would have liked to be physically present with you at Safari Park Hotel for this very important meeting, but I sincerely apologize I could not make it due to some constraints beyond my control. However, I'm very glad to be with you virtually, recognizing the vital work KIX Africa 19 Hub is doing towards strengthening national education systems and accelerating educational progress and documenting practices that can be scalable in KIX Africa in the 18 countries now. It is important for us to recall our common commitment to leave no one behind, as per SDG 4 and the CESA goals. As you may already know, since the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic, many countries across Africa have experienced several waves that led to school closures, and the reopening process has been far from linear. While schools are now open in majority of countries, including in Kenya, millions of children and youth, especially the most vulnerable, are still not yet back, hindering thus the right of every child and youth to learning. For those back to school, many have missed out on in-person learning, instructional time, and in many were not able to receive the necessary support at home to effectively access distance learning during school closure periods, leading to significant learning loss and exacerbating and learning crisis already observed before the pandemic. We are now almost at the end of 2021, and by 2030, meaning in just another 9 years, we have to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all. This is not possible without placing a special focus on inclusion, particularly for girls and the most disadvantaged populations. UNICEF's education strategy is to ensure every child's right to learning by leaving no one behind. We are working to support countries and build their capacity to design, implement, monitor, and evaluate gender-responsive, inclusive, and risk-informed education programs to ensure that all girls and boys, including those with disabilities, complete early learning, primary and secondary education with grade-level learning outcomes. You can't therefore imagine how today's national dialogue resonates with us. Since living within the COVID-19 situation is becoming the new normal, and while we strongly encourage governments to consider all measures to keep schools safe and open and maintain safe and conducive environments for children and teachers, we cannot reiterate how important it is to seize this opportunity to reimagine education and build back better. This includes at least 3 key actions. We need to continue keeping schools open and safe with all the safety measures in place. We need to ensure all children and youth, including those in remote areas and from disadvantaged groups, are back in school, receive tailored services needed to meet their learning, health, psychosocial, well-being, and other needs. We need to keep providing all children and youth, including those in remote areas and from disadvantaged groups, the remedial learning to catch up on the lost learning, but also the teachers with the support needed to address learning losses among their students and to incorporate digital technology into their teaching. At UNICEF and in partnership with Unesco ICBA and the AUC, we recognize the importance of generating exchange to strengthen national education systems and accelerating educational progress. With our partners, we have conducted a number of learning events on early childhood care for education. And in the next few weeks, we are about to conclude some others on inclusive education during COVID, as well as on gender equality in education. I'm very glad to note that you will be discussing the key lessons learned from some of the community of practice, as well as key challenges and successes in translating the evidences and knowledge gained into policy and practice. Your feedback will be very instrumental to us for improving how we can better support and make the community of practices meet your needs in the 6 thematic areas of the Hub, and particularly those led by UNICEF, including ECCE, gender equality, and inclusive education. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, today's event is a testament to our efforts to build communities of practice and bring together relevant policymakers, researchers, and practitioners to deliberate on the value, challenge, and methods of improving interventions related to education. We hope we will benefit mutually for this dialogue. We may not have all the answers, but we must together continue to identify, share, and learn what has worked and what has not. Together with our partners, UNICEF will continue to support countries to ensure the right of every child to learning and that no one is left behind. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me stop here by wishing you a fruitful dialogue. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, and even for the work that you're doing in regard to the ECE area in the KIX. Thank you very much for your remarks. So now we go to our speaker. I don't know whether Dr. Yumiko is ready. Dr. Yumiko, are you ready? Can you take the floor?
Yes, thank you very much, Mary, and good morning. Jambo, habari asubuhi. So thank you very much for giving me the floor. I just simply, my name is Yumiko. I'm a director of UNESCO International Institute for Capacity Building in Africa. And we are delighted that you are having this national dialogue today. Kenya is the first country to do this national dialogue. As usual, you are spearheading in all African countries, all Anglophone African countries. So congratulations. I hope this will stimulate other countries to do the same, because this national dialogue is very, very, very important. KIX Hub, knowledge information exchange, is really for us to have a culture of policy dialogue and policy decisions and policy implementations based on facts and research findings. Research findings do not just come from universities. They come from teachers, they come from communities, and they also come from children themselves. Our ultimate aim is to give a quality education and learning to every single child, so that we will have very good quality and relevant education. So thank you very much. This is an excellent opportunity. We are hybrid, so this will allow us to join you from Addis Ababa, and you know, some of us are operating from the United States. So this was some silver lining of COVID situation. We are more global and we are more inclusive in our activities, including these KIX Hub. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. I see a lot of key people are in Nairobi. I wish I could join you physically. Nairobi is my favorite, one of my favorite towns, but I cannot today. So I am sending you my best wishes from Addis Ababa. Please have an excellent, fruitful and fair dialogue and discussion for making knowledge information exchange possible in Kenya to improve the quality of education for our 21st century children with 21st century skills. So thank you very much, Mary. You are wonderful, a person in UNESCO NatCom. Not only that you are a peace education specialist, and thank you very much for Secretariat for doing an excellent work. So asante sana, and wishing you a very good deliberation. Over to you, Mary-san.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yumiko. Thank you for your kind words. Now we have our last speaker. I know we are running short of time. Joy Nafungo, please take us through. Take it away.
Thank you, Mary. Good morning, colleagues. I hope everyone can hear me well. Just confirming. All right. Okay. Yes. So Principal Secretary, who is well represented here, all the directors present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. It is my pleasure to participate in this first national dialogue for Kenya for the KIX Africa 19 Hub. It surely is unfortunate that I could not be there physically, but we hope that this will be eventually possible in the near future. However, thanks to technology, we are still able to speak with each other, and I'm glad to be part of this event. So I am here to represent the Knowledge and Innovation Exchange Program. My name is Joy Nafungo, and I am a Senior Program Officer with the International Development Research Center. I am based here in Nairobi in our regional office. On behalf of GPE and IDRC, I would like to express our gratitude to the KIX National Delegation Team for Kenya, led by Ms. Anne Gatia, for the efforts you have put in convening us here today, as well as Ms. Martha Ekirapa, who is the GPE country focal point. Of course, our gratitude to UNESCO's regional office and UNESCO NatCom for the overall planning, coordination, and mobilization for this event. And last but not least, the noble role that UNESCO ICBA UNICEF SRO, and the AU play in the leadership and technical support to countries. So building on the excellent remarks that have been given by the earlier speakers, I'm going to quickly give an overview of the GPE KIX program. Although at this point, it is no doubt that a lot has already been said about the mandate of the program, but I'll just build on that briefly. Before I begin, we have a video that I would like to be played before I proceed. So Gabriel and tech colleagues, if you can play the video, please.
Can we improve education for children around the world at the same time? We can, by listening, sharing, and using evidence. That's what KIX does. KIX listens to what countries consider to be their principal education policy and programming challenges. KIX shares experiences of successful educational innovations between countries. And KIX uses evidence to generate a high impact on educational policy. So what is KIX? KIX is the Global Partnership for Education, Knowledge and Innovation Exchange, the largest fund solely dedicated to bridging the knowledge gaps that undermine education systems in developing countries. KIX funds research at global and regional levels, but the fact that it is a learning exchange is what makes it special. The exchange brings together representatives of national education systems to share information, identify best practices, and guide regional priorities. So where does KIX do all this? KIX is global, connecting 70 low and middle income countries that are part of the Global Partnership for Education, but it's also local, based on local needs and expertise. 4 regional hubs are the core of the KIX design, acting as a primary mechanism for knowledge sharing. 2 separate hubs in Africa connect representatives from 40 countries. The EAP pulls together stakeholders from 21 countries in Asia Pacific, the Middle East and North Africa, Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And the hub in Latin America and the Caribbean groups 10 countries across the region. They all work for the same goal: share, systematize, and promote high-quality education around the world. And that's how KIX does it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gabriel and colleagues. So could we go to the previous slide just a bit? Thanks. All right, so as you can see, and as you've heard, colleagues, KIX is a joint endeavor between IDRC and GPE. It is the knowledge and innovation exchange of and for 70 countries that are supported by the Global Partnership for Education. And KIX's purpose is to generate and mobilize evidence that can help strengthen member countries' education systems. Next slide, please. So what is the Global Partnership for Education? I'm sure most of us already know what GPE is. So GPE is the world's only partnership and fund that is entirely dedicated to education in lower income countries. What GPE does is leveraging global and national resources for education for lower income countries with the goal of enhancing access to quality education for children. So GPE's vision is a quality education for every child. And the mission is to mobilize partnerships and investments that will eventually transform education systems in developing countries with the goal of leaving no one behind. Next slide, please. And who is IDRC? As part of Canada's foreign affairs and development efforts, the International Development Research Center champions and funds research and innovation within and alongside developing regions to drive global change. IDRC's expertise in KIX stems from its experience in funding and supporting high-quality research in developing countries, sharing knowledge with researchers and policymakers to inform local and global action, and mobilizing alliances to drive global positive change. Of course, this coupled with IDRC's regional presence and networks and IDRC's experience in scaling solutions. Next slide, please. So KIX officially launched in April 2019. So we are just slightly over 1 year old, I think 2 years old. In terms of structure of KIX, we have 2 interconnected mechanisms, as you can see on this slide and also on the next slide. The first one is direct knowledge exchange. And how do we do this? We support 4 regional hubs to bring together education sector stakeholders of GPE member countries to identify common challenges and to share evidence and ideas. And this event today and several other events that have been happening are an example of knowledge exchange. We also have two KIX hubs that cover countries in Africa. I think Yvonne mentioned earlier that we have the KIX Africa 21 that covers the Francophone countries. And then we have the Africa 19, this hub that covers the English-speaking countries in Africa. We have another hub that covers the Latin America and the Caribbean, and one that covers Europe, Asia, and the Pacific, the EIP hub. Like I mentioned, Africa 19 is one of the 4 hubs, and it has a membership of 18 countries. KIX also has a funding mechanism, a set of global projects started in 2020, and their goal is to address cross-cutting issues for education systems. Next slide, please. So KIX is particularly interested in not just identifying good ideas, but also understanding what it takes to adapt and scale the impact of proven or promising approaches. So we have a project dedicated to increase our understanding of how to scale positive impact in education systems. We call it the ROSI. Last year, KIX launched 4 regional calls for proposals. Each was tailored to shared issues across member countries, as identified through the hubs. I think Madam Anne Gatia mentioned earlier that we had an in-depth mapping process to identify these priorities. So through these calls, we selected 22 projects that addressed a key challenge in each of the region, by identifying a proven or promising approach to address the challenge, and also exploring how those approaches might need to be contextualized, might need to be adapted, and also scaled and mobilize knowledge that within education system and also with education system stakeholders. We are currently in the process of funding additional projects that are specifically focusing on early learning for the Africa 19 region. I'm sure some stakeholders have already seen the call for proposal and perhaps have already submitted their proposals. And we are funding this because we picked up this theme of early childhood from last year's call. We realized that we did not fund enough projects. We only funded 1. So we hope that we'll increase our portfolio of projects that are focusing particularly on ECE and also early learning. Next slide, please. So I know a lot has been said, and I don't want to dwell so much on what KIX is. I think the value of today's conversation is to forge partnerships and discussions on how we can proceed, and also how we ensure that the hub is relevant to Kenya's needs and priorities. So may I conclude by appreciating the Ministry of Education and Kenya's local education group that have shown strong engagement in KIX activities. We also understand that there is an ongoing process to finalize priority identification for the GPE compact process. And as KIX, on behalf of GPE KIX, we would like the local education group to know that we are here to support the process in any way that we can. And if you think of a need that KIX can come in, please feel free to reach out to myself or my colleagues at IDRC. Thank you for listening, colleagues, and I will now hand over back to you, Mary. Thank you, and have a fruitful deliberation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Joy, on behalf of IDRC for helping us to still understand more of the KIX. So with those remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we now have a relatively clear understanding of what the KIX is all about, the partners that have been participating in KIX activities, and what Kenya has done in regard to the KIX hub. And I think the key thing that we need to be discussing now moving forward is how we are going to use this hub in a way that we benefit more from the platforms that have been provided. I want to recognize, to take this opportunity, and I don't know whether James will guide me so that we recognize our participants. Just before we go for lunch, please just bear with me a bit so that we recognize participants who are on board. There are some of the members who have been in the planning group and actually key to the KIX hub. So we've been working together in the preparation of this. And I hope that they can hear me. Marianne, if probably you could guide us for the team on your side to introduce themselves, especially those who haven't spoken. Over to you, Marianne.
Hello, thank you so much, Mary. I would just like to ask if Victoria, my colleague, could go first and then maybe perhaps call on the rest of the team to go thereafter. Is that all right with you, Victoria?
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. My name is Victoria Sachekanove from Unesco ICBA as the Senior Program Coordinator for Capacity Development for Education, but also the focal point for the KIX Hub at Unesco ICBA. I'm going to request all my colleagues online, starting with Marianne, to introduce themselves. Over to you, colleagues. Happy to join for this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victoria. My name is Marianne Brea Sheikha. I'm the team leader and management consultant at the KIX Africa 19 Hub, and I'm joining from Unesco ICBA. I'm very happy to be here and very encouraged to see everyone present. So thank you very much, everyone, for making today possible. If I could ask Gabriel from my team to go next and then perhaps call on the next person. Thanks, Gabriel.
Thanks, Marianne. It's indeed wonderful to be virtually here with all of you. My name is Gabriel McLeod. I'm the knowledge management and communications consultant for the KIX Africa 19 Hub Secretariat based at Unesco ICBA. And I will pass it over to my colleague, Bezawit.
Thank you, Gabriel. My name is Bezawit Damara. I work with Unesco ICBA as data management assistant based in Addis. Thank you.
Thanks, Bezawit. Perhaps we could have Hamidou go next.
That was Henok.
Right. Oh, yes, Henok too. I see Hamidou is also here, but yes, Henok, can you hear us? Would you like to go next from ICBA? Hello, Henok, can you hear us?
Yes, Marianne, I can hear you. So,
Henok, would you like to introduce yourself to the members?
my name is Henok Korpie. I'm the IT support at Unesco ICBA. Nice meeting you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Henok. And I guess I would just then pass it over to Hamidou. And then perhaps Hamidou, you could also call on the next person to go thereafter. Can you hear us?
Hi, Marianne. Thank you for calling on me, but I'm just an observer today, coming from Africa 21. But I'm grateful that you consider me as part of the team, for Africa 19. But so for those who don't know me, I'm Hamid Bukhari, Senior Program Specialist at IDRC, based at Dakar office of IDRC that covers West and Central Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamidou. And we're grateful that Africa 21 is present. We're partners. Grateful to have you here today. Bayfit, would you like to go next?
Hi, everyone. This is Bayfit Kwaktiab. Happy to join online as well. So I'm education specialist at UNICEF Ezaro. So maybe over to Zamzam.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zamzam Taib, and I'm supporting the KIX Hub from the UNICEF side for the coordination work mainly.
Thanks, Zamzam, and thanks, Bayfit. Our colleagues at UNICEF Asaro, so important to the work that we do. I don't see that Jaji here anymore, but Jaji was joining us from the African Union. He was just here a moment ago. Perhaps we could start asking members from various organizations to introduce themselves. So Naman, would you like to go next from Taral?
Hi, my name is Naman Oching from Tal Africa. I'm based in Nairobi.
Thanks, Naman. Could we have Cosmos introduce himself?
Yeah, sure. My camera, unfortunately, is not working very well. So my name is Cosmos Agatoyo, education officer working with the UNHCR based in Nairobi, supporting teacher management and general system strengthening. Pleasure to see you all.
Thank you. Jacqueline, would you like to go next? Jacqueline, can you hear us? Perhaps we could move over to Joyce. Joyce, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello. Hello, my name is Joyce Marango, and I'm a project coordinator at the Aga Khan University Institute for Human Development. Nice to meet you all, and thank you.
Thank you, Joyce, and you're most welcome. Rose, would you like to go next?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rose Kamasara, joining from the Africa Early Childhood Network. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Rose. We're happy to have you. Teresa, would you like to go next?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Teresa Mwoma. I'm a senior lecturer at Kenyatta University, seconded to the African Council for Distance Education as the executive director, and I'm coordinating the ECD network for Kenya. Thank you. I'm happy to be here today.
And we're honored to have you, Teresa. Thank you. Jacqueline, are you able to hear us? Can you introduce yourself? No, I don't think so. Olivia, would you like to go next? I don't know if you can hear us, Olivia, but if you're available, would you like you to introduce yourself? Okay, so if not, then could we move to Ateng? Ateng, are you able to hear us? So there are a couple of participants that were not able to introduce themselves right now, but maybe we can do so later on, especially during the activities which we'll have. So perhaps then we'll hear from them. Mary, back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne and Victoria, for guiding us through that introduction. I think now we've come to the end of our morning session. I want to say that we are going to have very exciting sessions after this, engaging with various experts in the various thematic areas that we have been talking about. Although the KIX Hub focuses on 6, in this workshop, we are mainly going to focus on 4 of them. That is early childhood education, teaching and learning assessments, and also data management. And you'll see we have experts from government, from the civil society in those areas, and they'll be speaking to us. So please, for our virtual participants, please remain connected. And for the ones who are here, please remain connected. We are going to take a short time, a tea break. I suggest that we do it for 20 minutes. So we will be back at what time, James? It is 10:52. So we come back at what time? 11? Yeah, can we come at 11:10? Yes, let's be back by 11:10, and let's be seated so that then we don't keep our virtual participants for so long. So thank you so much, everyone. Let's take our tea break and be back by 10:11.
Yeah, okay, good morning, everyone. Both those present in the room here with us physically and our colleagues and counterparts joining us virtually. This first technical session looks at presentation on translating research into policy and practice, successes, challenges, and key lessons learned in the 3 thematic areas of early childhood education, teaching and learning assessment, and EMIS. Now, these basically there are 4 here: ECE, teaching and learning assessment, and EMIS and data. So these are 4 really of the 6 priorities, I believe. So we have presentations, 4 presentations, but we have about an hour, 1 hour. I don't know how you want to go about it, but if we should give each 10 minutes maximum, that would be 40 minutes out of the 1 hour. We have 20 minutes for discussion. Is that agreeable? Okay, good. Now, we have the EDP, Local Education Group Representative Heads. Now, I would like to request Anne Gachoya, or Anne Gatia rather, to introduce the KIX national team.
Okay. Okay, so thank you. The KIX national team, please just stand, those that are around. So we have representation from government, from the Ministry of Education. We have Anne Gachoya from the Directorate of Policy. We also have in absentia Neri Marete, also from the same directorate. Then we have Joseph Wasikongo from Coalition Elimietu. Then we have Timothy Kenoti from World University Science Canada. Those 2 are from the local education group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Now we have these 4. These 4 areas. This way. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hopefully there will be no echoing. Okay. For early childhood education, we have Sarah Mukisa, but I think she's being represented of Save the Children, but will be represented by Irene. We have teaching and learning, Dr. Gyoko Maina Agakan. Do you have anyone physically here? Oh, excellent, great. You're welcome, Doctor. Learning assessment, Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa. Okay, very good, you're welcome. And EMIS and data, Timothy Kinoti. Timothy, good. Okay, so we have at least 3 of them. How about Irene? Are you in here with us? Okay, good, excellent. So we have all of them here. So you'll have about 10 minutes maximum to do the presentation on this. And then we move to the next person. And then I think at the end, we do a 20-minute question and answer discussion. Any issues raised or to be raised or clarified, okay? And so I would urge that if you have a question for any of these thematic or priority areas, you can write the question down and just move on to towards the end when we do the 20 minutes of question and answer. So it is my pleasure at this point to invite Irene of Save the Children to do a presentation discussion on early childhood education, ECE. Irene, oh, you are here. Good. Are you okay? You set? Okay, good. Over to you now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Irene Wali. I work for Save the Children as the Child Protection and Education Specialist based here in Nairobi. So as he's setting up, my presentation is on IDELA. IDELA is an assessment that is usually conducted for ECD learners. IDELA is to support the young learners, the early learners, be able to transition to primary school. So a lot of the time, as he sets the presentation, we work within 4 domains. And within these 4 domains, we try to see how best to support the learners. So the presentation will cover so I'll try to make use of the 10 minutes, be as brief as possible. Next slide, please. So we are going to look at our theory of change as Save the Children. What is IDELA? How is IDELA being used to influence policy? Here we look at impact and scale, equity, partnership, in regards to collaboration. And here we are talking about as INGO partners, as NGO partners with the Ministry of Education. And then evidence, because IDELA is an evidence-based approach that is not only used by Save the Children, but what we try to do in as much as possible, see how it can be used by other actors within the education sector. And then we'll also look at the challenges, lessons learned, and what does this tell us? Next slide. So our theory of change, we look in Save the Children, we have 4 areas. Be the voice, this is more on advocacy, seeing how we can be able to advocate on some of these evidence-based issues, not only as partners, but also working with children to empower them, to be able to also speak for themselves, and for us to be a support system so that we can be able to capture their issues and present them to the relevant people, key stakeholders, policymakers. Then we have be the innovator. So in as much as possible, we try to develop and prove evidence-based that can be replicated, can be scaled up within the national, within the regional areas, and working with partners, Ministry of Education. Building partnership, working with different organizations, children, so that to ensure that the rights of children are realized. And then the 4th one is achieve results at scale. This is where now we talk about our innovations, our evidence-based approaches, our projects, how do we scale up whatever it is that we've been able to come up with. So IDELA means international development and early learning assessment. These are the 4 areas that I had alluded to. The motor skills development, emergent language and literacy, emergent math/numeracy, socio-emotional development. So the 4 components are what we do assess for our early learners to be able to support them in terms of being ready to transition from ECD to primary school. This is where IDELA has been used as a model, just to prove that it works. The red areas represent Save the Children, where we have rolled out the model, where we've scaled it up. The blue parts, external partners whom we work with. And then the yellow parts are Save the Children, including the external partners. So it's becoming more of a model that works, let me say that works. And then in as much as possible, we are trying to really scale it up globally. It's a global approach. Next. So I thought before I come to Kenya, I just try to introduce in one of our country offices where it has been used. And a good example is in Rwanda. A case in study is that before 2016, the delivery of early child education was mainly done by the private sector, the NGOs. primary school enrollment in Rwanda has been the central focus of the Ministry of Education in Rwanda, and there was no much emphasis on early childhood education. So as a result of that, there was over-enrollment within primary schools. Majority of children could come out straight from home and they were put in grade 1. And this led to early enrollment, and then there was repetition. A lot of children could repeat classes because they were not ready to get to primary school. So Save the Children is a core member of the Rwanda Education NGO Coordination Platform. And through this platform, we did introduce IDELA, working with the Ministry of Education, and we agreed to support a 1 year of pre-primary education for all children through the basic education infrastructure within the country. So this is a Ministry of Education where it allowed us, Save the Children working with partners, a window of 1 year to test this model and see how it works. So this policy change has already begun to increase primary enrollment. So we are seeing more children being enrolled in preschool. So one of the challenges that we are seeing is that because the model was rolled out in 2016, then there are still glaring gaps within ECD in terms of teachers, in terms of resources, in terms of classroom. So this is where we are at. We've already achieved children being now not going directly to primary school, but acceptance for children to be enrolled in ECD. But now the next step is how do we work with teachers, how do we work with the government to ensure that there is more resources put within the ECD centers or ECD learning centers. Next slide. So now just as an advocacy piece, working for change in education sector, and I've already alluded to that. So this was in partnership with the Ministry of Education, Save the Children, and the coordination platform, a group of civil organization. Our goal then was to increase investment in and prioritize school readiness programs in education sector strategic plans. So that now here we begin to see plans that speak to ECD, plans that speak to early learning. So the results were new competence-based primary curriculum was rolled out in 2016. Initially, it was not there. As I had said, children were just going directly to primary education. So school readiness is now a priority outcome in the draft sector plan with emphasis on both access and quality. What is the implication? Government of Rwanda and partners, including donors, have increased and are mandated to increase investment in early childhood education. The government is investing in both hard and soft infrastructure, where I said now we did realize now there's a gap and now need a lot of financing to go into this sector. And then now we begin now seeing including of teacher training, teacher remuneration in both in-service and pre-service level. Next slide, please. So Kenya, we did a pilot in 2020, actually during COVID, because this is the time when now in March when schools were closed because of COVID. And this is the time we got a grant to support this work. So our pilot is in Nairobi and Turkana. Our goal is to assess ECD learners' progress towards school readiness and using the evidence for scale up. So our hope is that based on the information that we've already gathered through research, then within these particular areas, because we already work with the ministries at the county level to see and continue discussing, because actually we've trained them. They were part of the people whom we've been working together to collect this data and do an assessment. So we did a baseline, we did do a baseline, and we did do an endline evaluation. At endline, what we realized is that the average IDELA score on early learning and development, based on the 4 domains that I had mentioned earlier, was at 74%. That is a 10% increase from the baseline. And the reason this happened is simply because working with the Ministry of Education, working with the teachers, the baseline, we were able to identify what were the gaps in the 4 domains. And we even had some of the county education officials getting into the schools and supporting us in monitoring the learning progress. Of course, it was a challenging time, considering what was happening with the school closures. So the implication is now enhancing teacher training with emphasis on literacy and language, because what we see is that though children were doing very well in social emotional learning, there was the aspect of literacy and language where the learners were not doing very well. So the assessment is able to help us identify where the gaps lie. And it does vary from one context to another, because maybe in another county, like where, for example, where the emergency, you would find when you conduct this assessment, you realize that because of the trauma, the anxiety, then their social emotional development they could score lower. So then that informs us on which areas do we intervene, working very closely with our teachers and the Ministry of Education. So these are some of the results, how we come about them. Next slide, please. A key constraint, of course, is in terms of investment and also prioritization of ECD, even among our donor, because when you look at our portfolio, even within internally, we see health is more funded, but when it comes to ECD, then we do have a challenge there. So those are some of the challenges. Lessons learned, use of evidence-based assessment. Of course, we are able to generate very clear evidence that is able to influence and direct our investment and even improve our practice. Then leveraging more on voices for change, because what we are saying is that a lot of emphasis we try to put is that working with the Ministry of Education, working with our teachers, working with partners, so that whatever information is generated, then we are able to work all of us together and see how do we make best use of the situation and improve the learning outcomes for our children. Then, of course, IDELA builds on evidence, which is able to influence programming and investment towards high quality, inclusive options. So in terms of, maybe in terms of the Rwanda case, whereby it demonstrates civil society organization can be highly effective, then there's the aspect of, I think what we are saying there clearly is now the need to work in partnership, not working in isolation, but as civil organization, how do we come out and work together? And of course, now our influence, our voices becomes more heard, more relevant. And then governments can also benefit greatly from collaborating with civil society to carry out the qualitative research to inform policy and strategic implementation of the early childhood education interventions. And then finally, taking successful pilot programs to scale is challenging, but these experiences infuse national curricula and training modules with high quality components that are adopted and refined over time. So generally, I think what I'm saying from that statement is that based on evidence, then we are able to influence a lot of our programming. We are able to come up, input some of these things like IDELA, the assessment, within our curriculum, within our education system to improve learning for the early learners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene, for that excellent presentation. Quite on time. We will keep the questions towards the end of the session, but early childhood education or early childhood care and education or early childhood development, all of those refer to a stage in life of the child, the learner, which is very, very important for laying the foundation for future success in school as well as in life. Whereas the foundation gets you ready for school. Children who are ready who get to school ready for school would stand a better chance of doing well, much better than those who are just coming in directly to primary 1 or grade 1, as was the case for people like myself. Yeah, okay. So shall we move on to the next presentation? Let me just get my notes here. The next presentation is on teaching and learning, and it's going to be done by Dr. Gioko Maina of Aga Khan. Teaching and learning also is an extremely important priority, an area which is actually, some would argue, the heart of the education system. But let's listen to what Dr. Maina would be telling us in this presentation. Dr. Maina, you are most welcome. Over to you. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much and welcome. I'll be talking about programs that we do. Can you go next, the next slide, third one? So I'm from the Aga Khan Academy. It is one of the 18 academies across the world, and each academy does international baccalaureate, where we have the middle years, we have the, please proceed. Let's show the whole slide. We have middle years and we have the diploma program. And then within those 4 schools, we also have what we call a professional development center. Now, the professional development center is a center which is an incubation and curation center, meaning that we take evidence-based practices, but then we contextualize them within the regions where we are by actually, please proceed, show the whole slide, please. So it looks internally, whereby we continuously prepare our teachers on the trends and the new developments, and the lessons learned internally are then served externally, where we have 2 programs. One is the teacher preparation program, whereby we take fresh graduates and we introduce them to international curriculum, how to deliver. And then we also have what we call continuous professional learning. And continuous professional learning is our service to the communities where we exist. And we invite the teachers we work with to come to our school to see what we do, as well as to see how that can be done in where they are. Next. So I'll give an example of the 4 areas which we focus, and these are evidence-based practices. There are 4. One is, for example, communicative approach to teaching languages. Then we have cognitive guided instruction in mathematics. We also have what we call activity-based instruction in science. And finally is instructional leadership. Because what we found out is when we were developing teachers, or when we were preparing teachers, they were causing chaos in the school. And we had to give a holistic development so that they get support from their leaders. We got a lot of complaint that your teachers are demanding a lot of resources, because the nature of deployment of this active learning, community-based learning, it's demand-driven. And let's move on to the whole slide, please. So these are the 4 areas which we focus on. And the reason why we focus on them, it's based on research informed that literacy and numeracy for foundation skills are very, very critical. Science for development of STEAM is also critical. And then leadership is an element which is very critical. Next. So we now take the evidence and we enrich it further. How do we enrich it? We enrich it by looking at digital literacy, because the trends of digital literacy is demanding that you can enrich the curriculum by using digital literacy. Then we also look at inclusion, where we bring it gender-responsive pedagogy. And when I talk gender-responsive pedagogy, I talk about the holistic spectrum, learning deficiency, resource, and diversity in the learners. And the third element, which is our brand, is pluralism and ethics, whereby how do you enrich the curriculum in a way that you are building a pluralistic mindset, open mindset, as well as an ethical behavior to that citizen that you're bringing to fore. Next. So this is the kind of enrichment which we bring into the evidence. And this is the process which we take our teachers. This is how we prepare our teachers. They come in and we want to understand who are they? What are their belief system? What are they bringing on board? And what are they currently doing? So once we establish where they are, we then bring in other issues, other perspectives, alternative ways of doing things, and we engage with them through modeling, through discursive inquiry, through debate, so that they can connect with this alternative perspective being brought. Then from that, they tease out what is it that they are taking away to adopt in their schools. So they take adoption only, they go try in their context. In the process, they do some tweaking so that it can fit, then they do some adaptation. And we have realized in that process, they do a lot of innovation. Then once they go through that, they come back for a reflection session. A reflection session is whereby we celebrate the teacher. They tell their story. You taught me this, but now I'm able to do this. So we see the transformation, their innovation, their creativity of how they were able to transform what we brought in to their context, to their relevance in terms of what they are doing. Next. So when you are doing this, we are also learning, how are we doing it? We are learning, we do self-research. How are we doing it? And what result is it giving? And also when we are doing it, we use our alumni. The teachers who excel in the former program, we prepare them as master facilitator. We give them extra skills for coaching and mentorship. So we are building that group of teachers who are proficient in what they are doing, but they can also mentor and coach others. Next. So once they come out of our program, we have what we call community of learning. And these are school-based, zone-based, county-based, and country-based, because we're in many countries. So we have like a program for language teachers, for mathematics teachers, and they work together. What do? They do peer observation, they do peer reflection, and then we have an annual community of learning conference where all our alumni, they come and they tell their story. We filter, of course, over time. Like last time we had 400, we had 1,000 who applied, they want to come. And each one is given a platform to share, what am I doing? What product do I have? What does it mean to me? And then out of that, we take 2 or 3 teachers and we mentor them deeply because of the level of the things they come to share, so that it can fit an international conference, and we expose them to an international platform. Every year, we take 1 or 2, 3 teachers out to an international conference to share what they're doing, and then they get more exposed. It gives the teachers a hope of a ladder that as much as I am transforming, I'm being recognized, and there is that opportunity to share to a bigger platform. Others are also given publication. While we are doing this, we are also learning. How do you maintain communities of learning? How do you support? How do you ensure that when you exit, they are still moving? When we started in 2011, they are still moving on up to now. Next. Now, the other thing that we do is policy engagement, whereby we present what we have, our product, our learning, in policy dialogue, in conferences, in publication. Remember, whatever we are doing, we are generating more information of how to do it. We keep on reviewing, revising, looking at what we are doing. We are also producing products. Now, all this journey has the following challenges. Please proceed. The following are the challenges which we have been facing all along. The bottoms up, top down balance. Because here we have a grounded, evidence-based, evidence-proven solution. But when you present it, the top does not see it as plausible to be taken up. So that's a challenge which we face. The benefit continuum, because you have this solution, but when you bring it to a particular community, it brings a divide. For example, take a technological solution to Transmara, where there is no electricity. Already you're bringing a divide. Then the context, that some things work in one context, and when you have bundled it as a product, when you want to take it to another context, there is a tension between the context you have worked with and the other context. Cost effectiveness. Some of our solutions, because of research element, we have invested heavily. So the scalability becomes not possible because of the cost, inequities, same as the benefit continuum, interconnection between the individual and the system, and the last, resources. Next. And these are the lessons we have learned, that start small, learn, and keep on learning. Proof of concept is critical. Stakeholders engagement, foundational, important. Alignment to the curriculum needs. You have to. Flexibility is key. Evidence-proven approach is important. And whatever you are doing, you need to contribute to the community, to our gap, to our need. Next. These are the successes. Some of our products have been approved. We have also been able to disseminate. We have had opportunity for policy dialogue. We have been recognized by UNICEF, among others. And also we have been invited for a lot of engagement to continue doing what we are doing. And finally, we don't work alone, but we work with all these partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation, looking at teaching and learning and how you train teachers, etc., etc. Now, the next is another priority area for KIX, as well as for the country. At the same time, it is a very important part of the education process. So we have Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, Usawa Agenda, Learning Assessment. You wanna, okay. You are most welcome to the podium to give the presentation on learning assessment.
Good morning. It's just about noon, but it's still morning. How are you? My name is Emmanuel Manyasa. I'm the Executive Director of Usawa Agenda, an organization that has been around for 2 years, but it has existed for 12 years. In the first 10 years, we were a program called Uwezo before growing to be an organization. And I know some of you have heard of Uwezo. I'm just going to share what we have been doing for the last 12 years as Uwezo. We implement citizen-led assessments. We assess learning of children. We go across the country. Our surveys are large scale, and we focus on one, determining the levels of learning of children, and two, looking at the drivers of those learning levels and looking at the distribution, the equity question of learning levels across the country, because we think that is important for policy and practice change. And we have been doing this for the last 12 years. The latest survey that we carried out was in June, July this year. We went to all the counties. We are yet to release those findings, analyzing the data, but it's large volume. We went to 38,000 households across the country. And so we have assessed a lot of children again this year. What do we really seek to do? We seek to, first of all, generate independent evidence on these learning levels. We seek to use that evidence to engage at 4 different levels. We engage with the communities at the local level to make them change their practices that impact learning levels. We engage with the public through the media. We engage with policymakers at the national level, and we engage with policymakers at the global level. And I'm going to share the experience. So over these years, we have learned, and we kept asking one question: are our children learning? That is the question that we use to title our reports. And all the years we have found that, first of all, learning levels are low. We have also found that the distribution is inequitable, generally following the traditional markers of inequity, which is ASALs versus non-ASAL areas, children in urban informal settlements, children in poor households performing worse than those in non-ASAL areas performing worse than those in well-to-do households. We have found all this and we have used that to engage at multiple levels. And we have made some impact in those levels that we have engaged. At the community level, one of the experiences that I want to share here is a case we came across in 2015 in a village in Busia, where we found that there was no single person in a whole village who had secondary level education. As we did our assessment, we found a village in Busia, not one of those marginalized areas that one would expect, but there was a whole village with nobody with a secondary level education. So what did we do? We engaged a media house here in Nairobi, sent a veteran journalist to that village to go and profile the village and speak to the people there and create a documentary that was aired on TV and on radio about this village. And the response by the member of parliament initially was denial, but he ran to the ground. He was taken around the village and they confirmed that there was no single household in that village with a secondary school leaver. So they mobilized and eventually now they have at least 10 people who have gone through secondary. They have one university student at the moment. And that was courtesy of our involvement, partnering with the media at that point. The second level of impact that I think we have made is to contribute to the discussion that has led to the general acceptance that schooling is not the same as learning. Because for a very long time, government policy was focused on getting every child into school. But our work proved that there were so many children in school that were actually just growing up. They were not learning in school. And we have contributed to that. We don't want to say we are the only ones who made that acceptance, but we have contributed to acceptance that schooling is not the same as learning at national level and at global level as well. One major contribution that we made at a global level that we are proud of is in the upgrading of the SDG indicator 4.1.1a from tier 3 to tier 1 in 2018. We were part of the GAMEL process, the Global Alliance to Monitor Learning process, through our membership to PAL network, which was sitting in GAMEL, and we contributed data and evidence that led to the UNESCO Institute of Statistics upgrading that indicator from being a tier 3 to a tier 1 indicator. And we are proud to have contributed to that. What lessons have we learned along the way? Several lessons that we think we need to share. One of them is that partnerships are key. We do all this learning assessment at very large scale, and yet we are a very small organization in terms of the numbers if you come to our offices, because we partner with grassroots organizations across the country that help us to reach every corner of the country to be able to conduct the assessments. So partnerships at that level are critical, and we appreciate that we have been able to get these partners. We also partner with government. We have worked with NEC to help us in setting the tests. We have partnered with KICD to set the levels at the level at which we are assessing learners. We have partnered with KNBS. KNBS does sampling for us, and they give us the enumeration area maps so that we are not carrying out a study that is not rigorous enough. And that is important for us. Those partnerships have been critical in enabling us to tell the story that we are telling now. And having mentioned KNBS, the second lesson that we have learned is that rigor is important if evidence is going to be of value in influencing policy and influencing practice. So for us, making sure that what we have is a priority that we don't compromise on. We go through a process of training everyone that we work with. And after we have finished conducting the process, we go through the process recheck to confirm that the data we have obtained is actually valid before we even analyze and report. That's why we haven't reported on the data we collected in June. because we have just finished the process recheck 2 weeks ago. We have to go back and confirm that these partners did exactly what was collected through the right procedures, and therefore that data is valid before we report. Rigor is important because rigor is the only thing that will make a policymaker listen to you. If they doubt the rigor of what it is you're presenting to them, then they will not listen. So that is the second lesson that we have learned. The third lesson that we have learned is that co-creation is critical, especially with the policymakers. They don't like surprises. They don't like you to show up with a big story that they don't know how it has come about. They will be happy to know from the beginning when you are starting the process. They would like to be involved so that they see the story developing. And eventually when you show up to tell them that this is the story and this is the implication of this story that we are telling, they know how it has come up and how it has come about. They don't like surprises. So co-creation is very critical from the lessons that we have learned over time. What else have we learned as we have continued to do this work over the years? We have learned that it is important to appreciate the fact that evidence is political. And because evidence is political, evidence is always contested. Yeah. And for that contestation, you have to respond by not being defensive. You have to respond by being as transparent as possible about what it is that you're doing so that everyone else can be able to understand and share in your views. And you have to appreciate that your evidence is not going to be an absolute truth. So there will be those who will doubt it. And even if it is not for the sake of doubting, there will be those with legitimate concerns around the evidence that you generate. So you have to be open to those questions when they come, and you have to engage around how do you work together to improve the next cycle of the evidence that you generate. In short, those are some of the things that we have learned as we have tried to implement ways of learning assessments. We are growing to expand to get into ECDE. This year we have piloted a study in Nairobi's informal settlements on ECDE. We have also covered secondary schools this year. And so going forward, we are going to cover secondary schools as well, which is now an expansion of what we have been doing, because what we have been doing was focused on primary level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel, for that presentation. Learning assessment is extremely important, whether conducted at the classroom, school level, right through to national and regional levels, is very important in generating evidence of what learning has taken place or how children are performing or learners are performing across the curriculum. Now, I noticed that during the presentations from the first one right through, there's always mention of evidence-based. We do this, we base this on evidence, we generate evidence as in the last one. This evidence would come in the form of data, manipulation of data, and then you come up with a conclusion or a result after manipulating data, interacting with the data. Then you come with a statement, and that statement can be used to address policy issues, either in education policy issues, from learning to teacher training to you name it. The information and data are extremely important in doing that. Now that takes us to the next and final paper presentation, which is EMIS and data. Data is kept in, normally stored in a platform or in some form, called Education Management Information System, which would contain information and data on the education system, the different levels or different aspects of education system. So it is a very important item activity in the education process, in determining how we proceed, how we move from here. How do we make things better? What is the problem? How do we deal with it? These are very important things. And Emis and data presentation will be done by Timothy Kinoti, M&E Manager, World University Service of Canada. Yes, you are most welcome. Yeah, we have a, yeah, the mic is coming. Okay. Okay, please.
Thank you very
After
much.
minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. At least I can see some happy faces, despite being the man between you and your happy moment. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the experiences we've had working with the World University Service of Canada on the area of data research that contributes to evidence and policy discussions. So a brief introduction about WUSC and what I do there. I'm the Monitoring, Evaluation, Research and Learning Manager. And we have operations in Kenya and also spanning in the region, East Africa region, and I support the projects there. But WUSC is not only operating in Kenya, but we operate in 22 other countries, especially in Africa, and it's a Canadian registered organization. Maybe you can go to the next slide, please. So move next. So in Kenya, this presentation will just focus on the lessons we've learned in the Kenyan scope. And we have a number of projects. One of them is called the Kenya Equity in Education Project. This has been a project that has introduced us to very active programming in the refugee context since 2013. And we operate in Kakuma and Dadaab refugee camps, as well as the host community. And then just before COVID set in, we introduced a new project called the Learning Through Education and Access to Skills Project, LEAP. That is implementing education programs and livelihoods interventions in Kalobeye and Kakuma. And then we have the last one is Displaced and Refugee Youth Enabling Environment Mechanism. These are MasterCard funded project that also implements in Kakuma, as well as spanning to other regions. Next, please. So a few weeks ago, I was doing some reading around, I don't know if you've seen the latest report on Data for Better Lives that was published by World Bank. And while doing my reading there, I came across a statement that was really interesting, and I think it's more related to what we are discussing today. And it was made by David Malpass, who is the president of World Bank. And he says this: data governance is the subject of intense debate in advanced economies and increasingly among large emerging markets. And yet, many complex policy questions remain unanswered. Is that the reality in the education platform? We will see. And as we engage today, we'll see whether that's still the case. Move to the next slide, please. So, for us, we working in WUSC and implementing our education interventions in the refugee context. When we set foot to implement these programs, there are quite a number of data-related issues that we were faced with. And they're quite many, but we want to summarize them in 4 blocks today. The first one was the issue of data quality. We realized that we have to rely on the administrative data that is collected from school level. And there are quite a number of issues that we were facing there. At that time, there was not proper or standardized format in between the refugee schools and the host communities on how to manage their database. It was really fragmented and meant a lot of work, and in terms of how do we organize this data. The other issue that we were facing is the issue of our researched populations, especially the refugees. We kept on seeing that people are not so free or willing to participate in our research activities, and that has been a concern also from other partners. What do we do? Is it that there are so many people? And I'll never forget, there's someone who had said that it seems like there's it's like there's an influx of there's a lot of interest to get into the refugee space. And that really leads into so many people getting there, asking the same questions, researching on the same topics that have been done over and over again. The other thing that we've been struggling with is issues of data management skills, literacy levels of the respondents as well. There's no proper, if you're to look for someone at the local level to help you manage these data collection processes, or even participants to be able to do some of the self-reported kind of things, it was a problem. And then lastly, of course, culture and other religious beliefs that hindered us to get into some spaces and ask some of the intrusive questions that would really help us understand these communities better. Next. So what did we do? I think one of the things that WUSC has really tried to do is to come and get into this space and to see how can we make use of these challenges that we have and turn it into our own good use, and how do we spread the gospel like we are doing here today. So that led us to setting up our data governance structure, and it's in 3 pillars. The first pillar is the community-led monitoring and evaluation process. This has been one of the strengths in our data governance structure, because we have brought on board champions from the community. We call the community mobilizers, who've been our focal persons to collect data from the community level and integrating these data processes with the school administration and working together with the school classroom teachers at that level. The next pillar is user-designed data management systems. Dr. Emmanuel talked about co-creation, and this is one thing that we also took up. We really wanted to automate the whole process of data collection, but there's no way we could have done it as an organization. We had to bring together stakeholders, and we had to develop a system that is teacher user-friendly and that would make a lot of sense to our community mobilizers. So that co-creation was one of the most interesting ventures. We can discuss that in detail, how that happened. And then the last pillar is about capacity building on the qualitative and quantitative research or data collection mechanisms. Huge investments have happened in that pillar. And one of the most immediate takeaways that I can talk of is, despite this COVID era, where we could not freely move to the camps or to the classrooms to collect this data, we were able to use this governance structure and give us quality data that we've really reported on some of the very critical indicators that we're going to look at in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So when we talk about this data governance structure, how did we go about operationalizing it? We ended up developing our own data management database that we're calling it the WUSC Coconut System. It's a system that really, its mandate was to help us track transition of our girls. You can imagine working in very remote pastoral communities. You may want to understand, where are the learners going? Because this was a real scenario. Today you'd be in class, you have 100 learners. Tomorrow you go to do attendance checking, you have 80. Where did the 20 go? You couldn't account for that. But the purpose, the system, we created a system that would help us follow up and understand where are they moving to. The other thing is that we have really tried to categorize our learners to try and understand them over the years. And this system was designed to help us track the most at risk. We have a category of those learners, for example, those who come from child-headed families or those with disabilities. These are special groups that we really want to keep our eyes on and move with them. The other thing that we are looking at is proper data disaggregation that was inbuilt in this. We don't want to just disaggregate our data by male and female, but we want to disaggregate our data further by unique characteristics of these learners who are in school. We don't want to give like an aggregate story. We want to give a disaggregated story that will help us understand what is really happening at the classroom level. And then lastly, how do we talk about impact? How do we show the interconnectedness of the different educational interventions? Maybe one of the things I would have mentioned earlier is that in our education programs, we implement cash transfers, we implement remedial, we implement teacher training and the like. But how do we bring all this together? Thanks to the system that we developed, that has helped us collect all this data, from attendance data, administrative data, to all the way to helping us follow up learners wherever they go. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of how the coconut system looks like. It's something that is fully operated by our community mobilizers. So like today, as learning day, they went to school, collected attendance data. At the end of the day, we can do a snapshot and see who was in class and who was not. And within when you look at those reds, I want you to look at these last two boxes. It helps flag those who need to be followed up. They've not been in school for 3 times since the last classroom spot check was done. We can discuss this in detail, but unfortunately, because of time, I'll ask as we go to the next slide, please. So after all said and done, we have a vision. And our vision is to have an integrated data governance system that does not just serve WUSC or a single organization, but that will work across different institutions. But how can that really work? We have some suggestions. We have some brainstorming around this whole discussion, and we want to summarize them in 4 key points. The first point is that we really need to understand the data production process. We really need to understand some of these principles of data protection. Do we collect usable data? And how do we control the quality of data and how can it be accessed? Like, we have some lessons learned, like KNBS, they have very good databases that we can borrow. How can we create and enhance these kind of systems that are there? Secondly, we need to think about the data use. Why do we need this data? Is it useful to the government or line ministries? Is it useful to other education actors? Is it something that can be borrowed by policy, people in the academic circles and have data that is quite rigorous? And do they have faith that they can have faith in? And then we can also look at the infrastructure side of things. Luckily in Kenya, we have a data sharing and protection policy. I think that is quite well operationalized, but there are quite a number of things that we need to fix around that whole dynamic spectrum. And then lastly, the big question or the elephant in the room, sustainability. How do we finance these systems? They're not cheap, they're not easy. Do we have enough human capacity to handle them? Do we have enough experts to be able to do rigorous data management and structures for us? And is there enough demand for the data? Are we addressing? Can we all speak to the same language that World Bank is trying to resolve in this global issue of data management structure? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oti. We have heard the presentations of the 4 priority areas that we are focusing on. So now we promise that we'll move on to questions. We have about 20 minutes or so, although we've shaved off 1 or 2 minutes given the first presentation and the last one. But I think we can still have about 20 minutes of questions, clarifications, or anything that you want to ask in relation to the presentations. All right. So now, again, it's my pleasure to open the floor for any questions or points of clarifications that you may want to have. Yes. You will mention your name and your institution, then your question. I think the relevant presenter will take note.
Thank you very much, the chair of the session. My name is Joseph Wasihongo from Elimu Yetu Coalition. Mine is a comment and probably a question will pop in there. And I love the presentation. I have loved the presentations generally. But my question and focus comes in the statement that was made by Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, and the statement being that evidence is actually political. I think I also liked the fact that he kind of also provided a solution as to how do you go around addressing the political aspects of evidence by saying, okay, become as transparent as possible. Now, in terms of explanation, and probably this is what I would just like to ask the experts in the room, especially the researchers, there is this perception of evidence that evidence is malleable and independent. The malleability is not around the fact that it can be manipulated, but the fact that it independently weaves around policy and practice. So it behoves us as researchers to go out there and look and try to determine what is evidence saying within particular contexts. So probably that would explain the political manner because of the issue of interpretation. But maybe my first question is that statement true? That whether we want to appreciate that it's there or not, evidence it's there. It just exists. It's for us to go and look for it and actually interpret it within certain contexts. So my question is, how true is such a statement? So do we just discover evidence when we perceive it, when we feel it, or is it always there? We just go out to look for it.
Okay, whilst we are, okay. We will have this gentleman here. Then a lady at the back. Okay, after.
Yeah, thanks. I want to say thank you for the wonderful and incredible presentations that has been done. My question is on data. This initiative is very great and fantastic. My concern is how is this linked to existing national efforts through the National Education Management Information System? And two, what levels of education is your system capturing? Maybe is it from pre-primary all the way to secondary? And how, in terms of depth and breadth, do you cover all counties or just a few in terms of piloting? Thank you.
Yes, it's afternoon, and I don't know whether mine are questions or comments to enhance what we have been told. My first one is on ECD, and I see, like in our country, a lot of focus on performance in ECD instead of holistic development of children, because we need to really focus on how children develop the brain so that they're able to, to learn later. But you find there's still a lot of emphasis on performance, that you want these children to have certain grades when transiting to another grade. So what is your organization? I think this was Save the Children doing towards that, toning down performance. I know numeracy and literacy is very important, but I think it's also important that we also focus on holistic development, immunization, nutrition, health of children, social, which is now a little big problem in this country, social emotional growth. So I think that's my question or comment. Then the other one is on data. And I liked what I saw on the presentation, that you're trying to come up with quality data But in most African countries, we know data is manipulated for certain reasons. So what strategies or approaches are you using? Because people will manipulate data depending on what they think. You'll find that if, for example, it's funding being availed, they'll manipulate the data so that they get a lot of funding. So what are we going to do about that? Or what are the approaches and strategies that we are going to use? And especially, I think, in our African countries to be able to get credible data. Thank you. Thank you. Those were wonderful presentations. I come from the Ministry of Education, Directorate of Teacher Education, and I have an interest in what the presentation that was made by Dr. Maya, I hope I got his name right, on teaching and learning. In teacher education, particularly in the teacher training colleges, where the teachers now being admitted to the colleges are being trained to be diploma primary teachers or diploma ECD teachers. We are encouraging the tutors to set up communities of practice in ICT, equity, indigenous languages, and many others. So my question is, or rather, I'm requesting whether it is possible for the Aga Khan Academy to support our tutors in how those communities of practice can be realized and actualized to promote quality learning outcomes in the trainees that they train. And then the other aspect that I would like also to engage with is on learning assessment by Uwezo. Is it possible that Uwezo can upscale the activities in the teacher training colleges in this country? Thank you.
Or maybe we should try to answer the questions first before we invite our online participants. They may have questions or points of clarification that they will need to be addressed. So, but I would ask them to just bear with us a little bit so that we respond to these 4 questions very quickly. And then there'll be time for them to also, the virtual participants also to provide, to ask questions. Okay, so we have questions on almost all the 4 areas, but there's a lot on evidence, data again. Data evidence is malleable, it's political. The statement, is that statement true? I think if you recall, that's the first question that I had, whether the statement is true that evidence is malleable, it's political, it can be manipulated. Then the other question on data, again, relates to the same thing. How do we prevent this malleability of data if that is the case? That's interesting. We have also on early childhood development, performance, the emphasis that there is some tendency to emphasize performance rather than holistic development of the child at that stage. Although the competencies in language and literacy, language and arithmetic, mathematics, numeracy at that stage are important, but to what extent do we balance the holistic development, socio-emotional development, et cetera, and so on. So I think we'll go in any order. The presenters can go in any order. Who wishes to start? And I just address questions relevant to his or her presentation. Anyone gonna start? Bell the cat, as the saying goes. Okay, all right. We'll give you okay.
Thank you. Very quick responses to 2 questions. Is evidence always there? I think no. What is always there is data maybe, but evidence is not always there. It has to be created from data based on the need and on. Sorry, I have just been informed that they are recording. I need to be seen.
Yes,
so is evidence always there? In my opinion, no. What I think is always there is data, which we may have or may not have collected, but if we go out to find. But evidence has to be created from the data that we collect and against a certain frame of analysis that turns that data into evidence. So it's not always there. Are we able to move to teacher training colleges? It is something that we are still thinking about, but teacher training colleges themselves are still undergoing transformation because of the CBC. And I think that after CBC is properly implemented at TTC levels, we will be able to come in and start to see whether it is making the impact that it is required to make at that level. At the moment, we think that TTCs are going through a lot of transformation, and we may not be able to bring forth evidence that helps much until after the implementation of CBC at that level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But since you are answering on data, the other question that was relating data was, how do we prevent, an example was given where maybe in terms of resources or allocation or something, data or information on something may be exaggerated to gain more, that kind of thing. Is there a way of trying to prevent that? I imagine it could be difficult, eh?
That may not be easy, but time sorts out the actors in the data space. Because I mentioned that rigor is critical, and when you are trying to be rigorous, then playing monkey games with the data becomes difficult. And if you play monkey games with the data, it is maybe one cycle. By the second cycle, you'll be known. And so I think that time weeds out all those tendencies to manipulate data and evidence.
Thank you very much. Even where that is possible, it is not so sustainable. We cannot go on for.
Just to respond to her question, I do agree with you. I may have failed to introduce the project properly because it is an integrated project looking at health, nutrition, education, and the protection component. So I was presenting on the education, but even under ECD, within it, we implement positive parenting, we implement male engagement. I can't remember the other component, but also at the same time, when you look at IDELA, which is a pilot, it looks at not only the motor, literacy and numeracy, but there's also the social emotional development in there. And also within the assessment, we also look at nutrition. There is nutrition assessment, there's home assessment, which other, Sarah? There's also, and the health component, only that if I put that statistic, we would have a lot of information that could not fit in my PowerPoint, but I do agree with you on the need of having a holistic presentation. Thank you.
In order, yeah, we'll have that's the last one. Then we'll have about 3 or so 4 minutes. So and we have to accord our participants who are joining us virtually to also have the opportunity to ask questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the question on community of learning. And this has been an iteration from Professional Learning Network over the years. And now we are still studying how best to have community of learning. We can share information, but we have somebody from Aga Khan University, our sister agency, who are working with the TTCs. So I'll pass this information and I'll share with the contacts so that our sister agency, Aga Khan University, can handle that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very brief answer. We want to make it very quick. Yeah, okay. We want to have our virtual colleagues to be there.
So yeah, to respond to the data, sorry, yeah, fine. Yeah, to respond to the data query, whether we have a linkage on the ME system, level of education and coverage. So right now we're implementing our coconut system in the domain of the WUSC education programs within 84 schools. We've not been able to really scale it out of those domain zones, but in terms of whether it's there's any linkage, we do not have really like an active linkage between coconut and the EMIs. However, in the co-creation system, we worked closely with the teachers, and they were able to spell out for us the different variables that they also think are very important for them at classroom level. That surpasses also the looking at the very specific variable that the project is concerned. It's a system that can be scaled to any grade. At the moment, we are working with the upper primary and secondary level, but the architecture of that and what we've seen it being able to work, it can be scaled to lower grades and whatever level. And lastly, maybe to talk a little bit about data manipulation, I want to add to what Dr. Emmanuel has said. I think the other thing that we really need to look at in terms of the laws or the infrastructure piece of data management is that we need to understand and spell out the issues of accountability very clearly. We also need to have data quality assurance spelled out. Those are some of the things that are missing out. And we need to have a big brother, so to speak, who can visit some of these institutions, pick data at random, go and check and verify. And there's some simple and low-cost strategies that we can really invest on that. And lastly, of course, we have the data protection policy that was passed in Parliament. I think it was in 2019, something like that. Let's operationalize it. Let's make sure institutions, anybody who is mandated to collect data, really understands what they're committing themselves into. And let's also see the kind of integrity being taken up and active steps moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these responses. We have a question from our participants who's joining us virtually. I think here is from Teresa. I think from Teresa. Dr. Manyasa indicated that this year they assessed learners at pre-primary level. What was the focus of assessment at this level? Dr. Manyana, is it? Yeah, Manyasa, sorry, Manyasa. We have another one. We have just gone beyond my allotted time of 12:40.
Thank you,
Mary.
Dr. Teresa Mwoma. This year we were trying to pilot a survey of whole child development in the informal settlements in Nairobi. So we assessed learners looking at the child characteristics, the school characteristics, and the home characteristic. We tracked the children from school to home. And that data is being analyzed now. We think we'll have a report before the end of next month on that to see what we are learning from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Doctor, now I think we'll have to conclude this session right here. We are about 2 minutes beyond the time I was allocated, 12:40, after a late start. It has been very, very interesting. Presented have been very fruitful. I believe we can learn a lot from the presentations, which I believe would be available, would be shared by the organizers or the secretariat to share. And we wish to thank you all for your participation, and thank the virtual participants also for their participation and the question that they have asked. And with the rest of us here and those online, I would like you to join me to thank and congratulate and clap for the presenters for this session. Well done. I think I will stop here and hand over to, is it Mary? Yeah. Good. Thank you. I use yours, yeah.
We are really not doing so well on time. We have 2 more sessions before lunch. Therefore, we need to speed up. I know there is one question from Teresa, who is online, and it was directed to Dr. Manyasa. Probably I could just read it, that you indicated that this year they assessed learners at pre-primary level. Oh, it's been answered. Yeah. Oh, okay, I didn't hear that. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, then I can move on. I know we have some participants also who had raised their hands up. Please just put your question on the chat, and we are going to still respond to it as we move forward. Okay, then the next session now is where we are going to have a panel discussion. We had asked the hotel to support us on this. Frida, and please help us to bring those seats at the back, and also James and Monica too. Please help us to have those chairs here. And I am now going to invite Dr. Mugo, who is the CEO of Is Idrc, to come and take over and handle the panel discussion. We are going to give you 50 minutes. I know that is a tall order because the discussion is quite hot. And we are also joined by Jacqueline, who was supposed to be one of the panelists online. So please take a note of that. Jacqueline, are you online? Yes. We cannot hear you, Jackie. I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm on board. Thank you.
Note that. So I think Dr. will know how to handle that with one of the speakers online. Over to you. So please give our mic.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. So we have 50 minutes of engaging with our panelists, and I'm going to call them, those three that are here, to come forward. I think they are representatives. I've not checked, but I know Dr. Ndamburi is not here. At least I know him, but I know there's a representative from TSC, Karibu Sana. We have Jacqueline, who is online. I know also Dr. Jangera is not here. And is there a representative to talk about learning assessments? No. And we'll also have, I can see Hezron is here from the Ministry of Education, Chief Economist. Karibu, Hezron, to the front. Yes, and we have the ECD director, Karibu Sana director, to the front. I'll ask the rest of the people to stand. Let's stand and stretch. I know circulation is a key thing. Even those that are online, kindly virtual participants, stand up and stretch. Stretch to one direction, to another one. You can kick a little bit, stretch the neck. We can get seated. That enhances our concentration a little bit. So we are here to engage with what we've been listening from the beginning. It has been a lot of listening from the opening session, where especially Anne and Yvonne set the tone on the key things that we need to pay attention to, and the main questions that our discussions will need to yield. So I'll first ask my panelists to introduce themselves. My name is John Mogo, as you heard. I work at Is Idrc, and I'm the moderator. So I'll start from next to me. Just introduce yourself.
Thank you, our moderator. Thank you, our participants physically here and those who are online. My name is Kennedy Otieno from the Teacher Service Commission, Directorate of Quality Assurance and Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Kennedy.
Thank you, dear participants, the moderator, those on virtual. Good afternoon. My name is Moria Sigari, Director ECD, Minister of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Moriasi.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Facilitator. colleagues and those ones on Ezra Momani, Director Planning, Minister of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline, over to you. You can introduce yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Mugo. My name is Jacqueline Onyango. I'm the Senior Deputy Director at KICD in charge of the Curriculum Directorate.
Thank you. So we have listened to a lot around use of evidence, around the scaling of innovations, and also around the sharing and exchange. And the question is, how can the KIX Hub do more of these things? I know we are coming from various perspectives, and each of us addressing one of those 6 KIX Hub outcomes. So I will go straight and I'll start with you, Director Moriasi, to just tell us from your perspective, what is it that you feel this hub could contribute to accelerating education in our Kenyan context? Karibu.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to comment that this hub will assist in collaboration and partnership in early childhood education. And this one will be very key regarding acceleration of education. At the same time, this hub will assist in terms of teacher assessment, learner assessment in our institutions. This hub will assist in exchange of ideas between the 18 countries. The best practices can be borrowed from any other country depending on how we shall engage one another. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Teachers have been mentioned, so I come to you, Kennedy. From your view, what potential does this KIX Hub present to our Kenyan context and our education?
Thank you. In terms of teachers are actually implementers of curriculum, and the hub is about strengthening education. The best person that can reach communities, reach learners, is the teacher. Now, I want to believe that from data collection, from implementation of curriculum in the classroom, when we share experiences, we learn to get out of our fears and explore new opportunities. Much of what we are looking at in this hub is how we can gain new experiences and then actualize them in our own classrooms and ensure that the new learning experiences and teaching experiences that we get can be sustained. So for teachers, I want to believe that this will provide us with an opportunity to learn, will provide us with an opportunity to carry out further research, to do much more in terms of acquiring more of the 21st century skills of teaching and learning. And even if you look at what is going on now, COVID has really affected the process of teaching and learning. But even in Kenya, we have tried much that we enhance use of online platforms in order to reach our teachers. In fact, KICD has assisted us to digitize content and to make it available so that even when learners are on a break, they can still continue to enhance their abilities to learn more. So this hub, sharing experiences like from Rwanda, from other countries that are implementing CBC, is actually what we needed much more than we can think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Kennedy. So Jacqueline, the teacher is implementing a curriculum. What, in your view, would this KIX Hub offer from a curriculum developer's point of view?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mugo. I see a great opportunity with the KIX Hub. Looking at the themes that we are discussing, We are talking about learning assessment. We are talking about teaching and learning. We are talking about early childhood care and education, and issues of equality in education. When you look at this, I think for us, what binds all these factors together is the curriculum. Because for any of this to be undertaken, there must be a basis, and that basis happens to be curriculum. And while we are different countries, and I really appreciate that KIX is works with a combination of about 18 countries, there is a lot that we can learn from each other. But I think the strength that we would have is first consolidating in our various countries the aspects that we are talking about, and we are well grounded in them in our various countries. And that then gives us the strength to be able to share the same and learn from the different countries. I happen to be a member of the African Curriculum Association. This is an association that seeks to bring together as many curriculum developers across the African continent as possible. And we did have an opportunity to engage with KIX in a webinar where we were training representatives from the different countries. And one thing that came out is that for all of us, the education sector is multifaceted. But then you realize that those of us who are in different sectors of the education sector, different departments of the education sector may not necessarily know what is happening in the next sector. And this was a learning ground for us. Beautiful things came out from different countries on issues of competency-based curriculum, for example, teacher professional development and assessment for competency-based education. So for me, when I look at the role of KIX and in the context of the Kenyan, our country as Kenya, I look at it as first an opportunity for us as multi-sectors to work together and understand exactly what each one does so that we support each other. And beyond that, then it becomes easier to share the same with other countries. And we have the opportunity because we are a member country of the team that KIX is working with. Back to you, Mugo.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jacqueline, on that note of cross-sectoral partnership. Momanyi, from where you sit, it's an evidence desk, the middle of a lot of data and translating that to make evidence. What, in your view, is important to happen for KIX to work for us?
Thank you very much, facilitator. Actually, after all this has been said, we need evidence. And talking about data, how do we get the data we're talking about? For example, let me start with, in Kenya, a number has a value. When you talk about numbers in primary school, one has a value of 1,400 shillings. When you talk of secondary, it has a value of 22,000 shillings. So you can imagine the sensitivity that goes into it. Because if you inflate, you know what it will mean to the exchequer, to the government. I'm talking about capitation. Then we talking about enrollment in schools. Primarily, we need to understand and know how many learners we have in our primary schools in the country. We need to know on the transition from standard 8, how many transited to Form 1. We're talking about numbers, data. So being here, actually we are sharing, this is a very important forum
because we want to know, we want to learn more the best practices maybe on areas of, like we talked about, I've had colleagues talk about manipulation of data. We've had it, we've heard about it. We want also to learn more. How is it done elsewhere? Because I talked about numbers in schools. A principal will want to add 1 or 2. Yeah? How do you mitigate that? Maybe what we are doing from the other side, from the government side, and again, we are open to suggestions, is that we'll be performing monitoring ad hoc, randomly. Yeah? We have adopted we have put in place the system that is also recommended by this hub, the platform. We are operating what we call as a system called National Education Management Information System. The name is that enables the school, the principal, to put the particulars of all the learners that are getting to school. And in secondary, we have done up to 80% of all the learners. But in primary, we have a challenge whereby, in primary, we have challenges because the requirements are that one has to have a birth certificate. And in the country, not all areas that we have areas where this document, it takes time to get this document. So to get the number, we're doing I think 40 or 45% on primary. And we're also going around, we are looking for going around to see how we can solve this problem. Because that's why we're having a low percentage of 40-45%. But we want to explore how we can do it without really looking for ways of doing it, making it easier to register these learners in primary. And again, this is an area that we'll also want to learn from the hub. How is it done elsewhere? The best practices that can also help us to do it. Again, on numbers, on ECDE, I know my colleague is here, the director is here. We have challenges on getting numbers for ECDE learners. Because as almost all of us are here, who are here, present in this hall, except colleagues online, you know, this is a function that is devolved in the counties. It's not easy, it has not been very easy to get the numbers, but we are collaborating with my colleagues here to see how we can bring the county officials on board and agree on the way forward and convince them that all that we want is the correct and credible data to enable us develop policies that can assist both at the national and the county levels. So for now, maybe I can stop there and maybe we'll engage more as we proceed.
Thank you, Momanyi. I heard you had the presentation, sorry, but I hope you'll be able to bring some of these things that you have planned. But where Momanyi has reached, Director Moriasi, ECD is a devolved function. You're in charge of policy, but the implementers are all over out there. What, in your experience, are the partnerships that could happen with the support of KIX to activate the various points of policy and implementation in ECD?
Thank you. I want to say that, as you have heard from my colleague Momanyi here, this director is developed, but all I want to say that, as I mentioned, that partnership is very key as far as proper implementation of the policies are concerned, that we need to network very well with those county officials from the various counties in the country, so that we are able to move our agenda forward in terms of getting the right data, in terms of mobilization of the learners from the various levels, so that nobody is left behind. At the same time, KIX as a hub, as a partner, now we want your full support in terms of it can be financial support, in terms of mobility, in terms of advisory, that we need now to move together so that we are able to realize our goals as a country, as a hub. Then we also focus on what is happening, or the best practices from other partners within the hub, so that we are able to achieve to the fullest. Thank you.
Thanks. The issue of teachers is another, I think, critical one, because the Teacher Service Commission, you're the biggest employer, but also considering how the landscape is, I think more than 10% of our primary school children are attending private schools. There are those with schools with special needs and so many others. How do you see partnerships happening in the teacher landscape, Kennedy?
Yeah, thank you. Now, Teacher Service Commission for sure is the single organization in this country which employs the largest number of employees in terms of teachers. Now, the teachers handle learners, and from the National Education Monitoring System, we capture data and present it to the ministry for purposes of funding. Now, partnerships like we have talked about, we have been here, and we've got some sharing from my brother there when he was saying they have done some data captured in the refugee camps. One thing I've appreciated and which I liked was that they're able to identify learners who are missing a lesson. For 3 times it is marked red, they have those colors. Now for us, we do normal registers. And when I was listening to him, I was saying, I wish we could get that kind of a system so that we monitor the attendance of learners in schools. So even before I think of other countries, I realized that already within us, in our country, Kenya, there is a system that has been developed that can be used to capture the attendance of learners in schools. If we can have that, and then as we focus on 100% transition, it would even be easier to track learners who are not transcending from one level to the next level. So with that, I would want to go to teachers. TSC has succeeded in monitoring what teachers are doing, because since we introduced what we call teacher performance appraisal and development strategies, this year when we did a survey, we realized that it has improved attendance. You know, sometimes people become relaxed because nobody is following up. But when the system is automated such that your response, your attendance to lessons is monitored on a daily basis, then it improves attendance to classes. But again, we also wish that it is not just a matter of attendance to class, but productivity when the teacher is in the classroom. So to enhance productivity when a teacher is in the classroom, the Teacher Service Commission uses data obtained from our field officers. In fact, we are establishing quality assurance offices within the school. The officers who handle this are either the deputy or head teacher or the deputy principal or the dean of curriculum, because schools can now establish that at their own level. But those who assure quality at that point then report to what we call the curriculum support officers. That is our lowest level in the field. The curriculum support officers report to the sub-county directors of education, who forward this information to the county directors, and it reaches the headquarters. This monitoring is done on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, and we get the responses. Then quarterly, we carry out monitoring. So you realize that with this kind of information that is being managed at the headquarters and it is automated, then you realize that the follow-up is very easy. Now, implementation of holistic learning now is handed over to the teacher under the monitoring of the field officers. But then what you have asked is, how is the sharing? What can we again gain from the hub? I realize that we cannot remain proud that Kenya, we are always at the front, that we embrace this kind of information that we get from partners. Well, we are collaborating and linking with our partners, but there is something that we also need to learn to sustain the use of information that we obtain from our partners. So through cooperation, collaboration, team spirit, among teachers, among curriculum support officers, among field officers, I think with that, we shall be able to succeed. We are also launching today, the Teacher Service Commission is launching teacher professional development. It stalled some time, but when we come up with the teacher professional development, we are also going to partner with organizations. I think we have universities, we have other state organizations, and with the teacher professional development, which is also automated and digitized, we are going to be able to monitor the professional development of individual teachers. They will register, and then the commission will be able to monitor their progress as they undertake professional development courses, so that they can improve and enhance their uptake of new information and application of that new information in the various classrooms where they are doing it. Now we have challenges. We have challenges with certain areas in the country due to poor networking. We have challenges in certain areas due to lack of enough human resource. Like when I say curriculum support officers, we still have counties that share these support officers. But from what I know and what I can say authoritatively is that where we do not have good network for these digitized data systems, we are planning after the rollout of TPD to have what we can say is someone can capture data and then upload when you get to a place where there is network. So those arrangements are ready. And from the hub, I want to believe these ones we have learned in our previous sessions, how others have done it in Zambia, I think. And so we are also including that in our systems. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Momanyi, you cited the whole challenge around data, and I think Emmanuel Manyasa had mentioned that data is quite political. And we know data has been used as a tool, as you mentioned. Are you aware of any innovations around this that could be scaled in our Kenyan context and with the support from KIX?
Thank you very much. Yes, we've been implementing the NEMIS since 2018. And we realized that maybe there are some variables, there are some areas that require improvement. So at the moment we are revamping, re-engineering NEMIS to take care of the issues that we realized were not really working well in the initial one. So in this one, we would also want to learn more what's done elsewhere, especially within from the hub through this forum, how we can how best it can be done so that we capture the areas, the details, the data that would be credible, qualitative to inform our policy. You know, politics, like a colleague talked about, politicians, we are not politicians, but for them, they want to be even the numbers to be higher for obvious reasons. But as we work on credible data that you can really want to lay your hands on. So we are re-engineering our naming system to capture all the data that we want and to have a central place that whoever wants the data can walk in and get data that is credible and reliable for use in informing the policy.
Okay, thanks. Jacqueline, I'll bring you in later, but let's turn now to the audience, both online and on the room. We can focus on the two, I think, complex issues that are emerging on accelerating our education progress. One is where Momanyi has ended on the credibility of data, especially from the schools and how to make NEMIS work. And the other one is the whole aspect of collaboration. We are hearing many things here. So are there any innovations we are aware of that could be scaled to address some of these complex issues? We had some of them, but are there any other solutions we know that have potential for scale? So if you are online, please, you can raise your hand so that we could also hear your voice. And if you're here, you can raise your hand physically so that we give you opportunity. Let's take 2 or 3. How do we address these complex issues within the context of KIX? Yes, we have Teresa Mwoma, and we have, let's start with Teresa Mwoma and then we'll come to our African Association.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mugo and the panelists, and thank you for the discussions that you have held. And to start with, I would have loved to have in the panelists the Council of Governors, because when we are discussing about issues concerning pre-primary education, the Council of Governors plays a critical role because the employer for the pre-primary school teachers are the county governments, and therefore, since they are coordinated with the Council of Governors, they become very, very critical. Number 2, it's about the curriculum. In relation to curriculum, and given the fact that now we are implementing the competency-based curriculum, I think the hub, the KIX hub, will play a critical role in supporting evidence generation on how implementation is happening and whether we are following the right procedures. So in my view, that is what I'm looking into, because in the morning presentations around data generation and transforming that data to provide evidence is very critical. The other one is about teacher capacity development. Getting evidence around teacher capacity development is very critical. I am aware, like since we started implementing the competence-based curriculum, a lot of training has happened to primary school teachers, but for pre-primary school teachers, they have relied heavily on private providers. Other things that we would want evidence on is in terms of the teachers' terms of service, pre-primary school teachers' terms of service, getting evidence whether county governments are implementing the terms of service that were generated is very critical. So I find this dialogue that we are having here very critical, and that is why I'm narrowing down to pre-primary education so that we are able to focus on that. Thank you, and over to you, John.
Thank you, Dr. Mwoma. We can come here on the floor.
Yeah, thanks so much, Dr. Mugo. My name is Moses Abiero from Africa Early Childhood Network. And just speaking from Dr. Moma's sentiments, I would like to say that really this dialogue is great because from the government side, there is some acknowledgement of some progress and also some challenges with regard to early childhood education. Now to the question of the working relationship between the national government and county government in terms of accelerating early childhood education outcomes, there are two events that took place recently. One is engagement of the Senate trying to come up with a framework of ensuring that there is that strong partnership between the national government and the county governments in terms of addressing issues to do with early childhood education. And then also recently there was a capacity building a forum for key national and county ECD personnel to find ways of integrating ECD data into NEMIS. And I think a good roadmap was developed to that effect. And therefore, it will be important for this roadmap to maybe find its way into the discussions and deliberations within KIX and how KIX could support this in terms of implementation of the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other? So if we come back to you, Director Moriasi, this whole aspect of how do we get the two levels of government working, and Apiro has mentioned, where do you feel support is needed to smoothen the operation across, listening to what is coming up, but also the question of data. There is that suggestion of integration of ECD into NEMIS, but then where the data sits and considering the politicization that might happen now at scale, how do you see all this happening, and where do you feel support and or opportunity for partnership is lying?
Thank you. I want to start from where Teresa Moma commented or observed. I want to also observe that the COG, that is the Council of Governors, is working well with the national government regarding the curriculum which is being implemented. That is the CPC at this level of pre-primary. I also want to say that teachers are terms of service who are serving the counties is within the COG. As a national government, we have less regarding the employment of teachers serving at the county levels. But all the same, it is our responsibility to follow up regarding policy as far as those teachers are working there. I want to thank Moses, that is African, as a partner in education because of spearheading this engagement of transforming or getting the NEMIS at the early childhood children into NEMIS. We have already capacity built the county directors, ECD, and other stakeholders, which we did, I think 2 weeks ago, which was really supported by African and other partners. So we are on track. And I'm sure where my mind sits, that is the planning department, we shall get somewhere regarding the right data from pre-primary or for ECD. In terms of how these KIX would assist us move forward, as I mentioned, we want as much as possible, as we compare notes with other KIX partners or countries, there is a need for this hub to look into ways and means of assisting or supporting financially this directorate so that we are able to clear whatever we have in terms of implementing what we may need because of financial handicaps. Also, this will assist in terms of training of our personnel and other personnel within the system, who we shall work together and ensure that everything moves on well. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's hold a little bit, Momanyi. We get Jacqueline. If you are there, still there, Jacqueline. The whole issue around CBC and data around implementation. We know what is happening now around our country, the politics of implementation, some saying this, some others. What do you see happening, Jacqueline, in terms of getting it right in data management for CBC implementation? Jacqueline? Okay, I'm told Jacqueline excused herself. Do we have anyone on the ground who would want to speak to that question? Even just opinion, feel free. Around data on implementation, what is working, what is not working, and how do we have a data system that works to inform implementation? Anyone knows of any innovation that even could be scaled or trialed? Anne Gashoya knows. Anne, would you want to comment? But let's have first a comment from there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mogo. I just want to try. That's what I've said. National Council for Nomadic Education is embarking on what we call digital learning attendance register, which is a gadget that can capture data from the teacher, real-time data, and from our head we can tell this learner is in school, this learner is out of school, this learner has resumed lessons. That is just one. We have still working on it. We have not yet implemented, but we're in the process of doing so. I really think the way forward for this forum is for us now that we have been brought together, this is the best way. We did not know what they do, what Save the Children does, but now we know. So my take is, this KIX hub should have, if not annual, quarterly forums to find out where are we. Now that we're having this good discussion, what have we implemented? What have we achieved? Are we communicating to one another? Because here we are all from different sectors and we are all referring to the child. How can we collaborate fully? Even on data management, TSC communicating with the ministry, TSC, and we have one data management system that we can access all of us openly without fear that this will bring political issues, but data that we can all share. I really want to appreciate the Save the Children, the concept of social emotional learning. We should also ask ourselves, this is for the TSC, have our teachers conceptualized this concept? How are they using it when they are carrying out the CBC implementation? Have they understood it? And the assessment which was done by Save the Children, how can we do the same for those learners in the informal settlement? Because most of them are going through a lot of issues. Can it be applicable by anyone in any sector? Okay, those are my two comments, But I wish to still emphasize we need to have a collaborative approach if we must deliver for the education sector.
Thanks. Let me now come to you, Momanyi, and then I'll come back to you, Kennedy. I think ideas are emerging around data. First, I think the expansion beyond enrollment data to also teacher data, to implementation data, because everything is happening at school, not just children attending, there are teachers attending. Aspects of digitizing. I remember one time, there's an organization called I Choose Life Africa that was experimenting with the digital register that is reading the eye, because they were saying that for younger children, the fingerprints are not yet developed, so the pupil is what works, more accurately. But also this whole system, Momanyi, of centralized data. I know you have struggled with it. I remember, I think like 10 years ago, I attended a World Bank meeting in Mombasa, but nothing has happened. TSC has their data, ministry has their data, whoever else has data, NEC has data. And yet in this age, it's now so easy to have one point of data. But I'm not putting you on the spot, but probably you could help us further these thoughts. What is it that you feel could be explored further under KIX?
Thank you very much. This is actually this is why we came up with the NEMIS. Because now, like you rightfully said, we have different sources of data. And it's really be difficult for policy to be informed. Because if you ask TSC, they'll give you their figures, NEC will give you their figures. But we had agreed that now the concept of NEMIS was to bring all data into a central place. And once we realized that the initial NEMIS that we had was not meeting our objective, in fact, we started revamping it. Yeah, where now TSC will be able to give the data from TSC, NEC, and from the ministry will be analyzed and maybe put in a central place. So it's an area, and again, I like the ideas that are coming up. It's an area that we are looking at, and hopefully it's an area that will solve once the revamped NEMIS will finish revamping up NEMIS. That is where we are heading, and hopefully we'll be there.
Okay. Thanks.
Maybe to comment on ECDE data to NEMIS. That's one of the variables that we were missing initially. Now we have it there, and we are collaborating, like we said, with the counties, so that we can also have them on board in NEMIS.
Will we have also a module for vocational and for technical institutions also?
Yes.
So unless if there's any burning question, I think, yes, Timothy, we can.
Thank you. Maybe I wanted to contribute something in addition to what Anna said and Momanyi. There's a category of stakeholders that we keep on forgetting when we talk about data. And these are the parents. And, they're the custodians of the parents who are in charge of these children. And I think this is one category that has not really been involved in some of these circles. And that is why it becomes very difficult for us to access some of the critical data. Remember, for us to look at and to understand this learner, we also need to understand what is happening at home, because that is the source of the socio-emotional support of this child. And that's where we have the cracks, and that's what we've really learned from our follow-up data, that it's not the child who really wakes up one day and decides not to continue going to school. It's something that stems from home. And the parents in most cases do not really understand the value of this attendance, and also feeding into many other variables that can help in interconnecting education to other interventions that could be happening. So I think we really need to find a way of passing this information to the parents. We also need to find a way of sending back this data to even the schools, in as much as we are using these teachers to collect some of this vital information. Are they able to see what is the outcome or the output of all this data? Can they also relate to the policy processes and the use of data in as much as possible? And I think once we look at this whole ecosystem, we'll be able to have buy-in and trust with all the stakeholders. And that's where now the concept of democratization of data comes in, which is it's a vision that we really need to achieve for us to have a policy discourse that is evidence-based, and for us to have very strong data management systems, as Amy's is working now on revamping and having these new systems. So yes, I think the other thing is that there are quite a number of organizations that have their own, especially donor-funded, they are quite having different ways of collecting this kind of data. And I think through the KIX forum, we can be able to map and understand who is doing what where, and come and try to figure out, it's not a competition, but like what really is scalable and what really works in what context. I can assure you, collecting data here in Nairobi may not be the same as collecting data in Turkana, for example. There are quite a number of dynamics that we really need to put in place and consider in the structure or the development of the architecture of data. Yep.
Thanks. We could have the final question here, and then I'll give the panelists 1 minute each to just complete this.
Okay, thank you. I think mine is more of a comment that you asked about data and curriculum implementation. Data is very important, not just even in the implementation, even in the design. Many times we have problems now making the curriculum developers even understand how many large classes do we have. We keep saying they are large classes, but what is the proportion of those large classes? So how many are small classes? So how many children are in the semi-arid and arid? You know, that data needs to be, you know, really available even for the design stage, so that even as you are designing experiences, then you know what kind of context you are talking about. Then when it comes to implementation, you know, in terms of numbers of resources, you know, we need to know that. But you find that most of the data we get is the enrollment, gross enrollment, net enrollment, dropout rates and whatever. And I think this data is available with most people. I think it's just that we have not put it together. I think there are organizations collecting a lot of data, but we don't have a database, you know, and of course that quality. I think he talked about quality assurance to make sure that the data is, because I know at one point there was an issue of, is this data correct from the Ministry of Education? Can we rely on it to make decisions? So I think that one is something that needs to be really keyed in. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe some solutions might just be the linking of the existing data. I'm sure if, and I don't know, Momanyi, if schools were linked, because TSC also gets enrollment data. But now for TSC, they have no reason to cheat, because TSC is not giving the money. So probably just linking these two data sets, you may learn a lot in terms of how variations are happening even from the same schools. So I'll give the panelists 1 minute each to just give your final comment, but please keep it very short because we are beyond time. Kennedy.
Thank you. Maybe just to add on data, I want to say this, that data requires a lot of integrity. And in CBC now, TSC has managed to train at least 5 teachers in every primary school and all tutors in TTCs. And one of the issues we have emphasized on is on core values of CBC, and one of them is integrity. If only we could all become consistent with what we train, then I believe that in future the data we get will be helpful because it will be captured with integrity. My last remarks are like, that this hub is good. It helps us to compare ourselves with other countries. Where our strengths are, we emphasize. Where we have weaknesses, we accept. But as we do so, what I would discourage is a spirit of competition, so that when we look at others, we see them as collaborating partners, and where we can learn through cooperation, where we can build a team spirit, and in that, then our students will also benefit. In order, when we do all this, then it means we will be able to implement a very holistic teaching and learning system. And I think that is what our commission is looking forward to. So that learners, when teachers are providing holistic teaching and learning, then learners are also provided with ample time and a friendly environment where they can trust their teachers. You know, trusting your teacher is key to learning in a very conducive environment. This will mean that the teacher can provide every learner with a criteria of assessing the learner based on the learner's competencies, not abilities to achieve some set standards that make them always feel like, if I'm going home without position 1, then I had no reason to sit what? To sit in school. Then I want to believe that when we do that, we will promote education, which is very devoid of bad practices, and we will enhance cooperation in order to adopt what is good from our neighbors and also give them opportunity to come and learn from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kennedy. Director Morias.
Thank you. I want first of all to thank the organizers of this hub, and this has been an eye-opener to most of us. I want to emphasize that there is a need for you to properly network with other hub partners in Africa, and let us also know what is happening in those countries. Open a linkage so that whatever is discussed in those partners, we are also brought on board. And I want to thank you because Kenya is has had this meeting as the first country in the within the 18 countries, and this one is something very, very encouraging. We are number 1, and we will always want to be number 1 in everything as a country. Thank you, and I hope all that we have said and done, we shall implement, and we shall need your support as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Chief Economist Mamani.
Thank you very much, and let me also take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this forum. Data and evidence is not used for policy to inform policy. The reason being, we have different sources of data. But it's our wish that maybe we can cooperate more and learn more through this hub to have all the data centralized, put in one place. Number 2, we will really want the KIX initiatives to cooperate on piloting of assessment on the status of education data and statistics in Kenya using the EAC norms and standards assessment framework. Then we have an issue on the legal framework. You know, as a ministry, we don't have a legal framework on data. The data is a mandate handled by the KNBS. But as a ministry, we cannot really authoritatively talk about data. So this is an area that we would also want to learn more from, cooperate and learn more on how it's done elsewhere, so that we can have it. Of course, if you want data, we're doing on education alone. We do what we call a statistical booklet, where we have data for orderly educational data. But we've done one, and we're in the process of doing another one. So that's an area that we can get data, but still, it's not from a central place. Finally, we request that maybe we collaborate more on capacity building. For now, that's what I want to say, and thank you very much for organizing this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. I think time has passed very fast, and I know we have questions like Dr. Mwoma. We have picked your question. I think it will be pushed to the afternoon for further discussion to further this. But I thank my panelists. I think this has been deep. I'm leaving with 3 thoughts from all this. First is that we have complex problems to tackle for us to accelerate our education. And we have just touched a few of this, like now the aspects of data and data integrity, aspects of fragmented interventions that we are all somehow disconnected from each other, even within government, but also between state and non-state actors. Aspects like these ones of data translation into evidence and evidence sharing, but also involvement of other stakeholders like parents and others, and even children themselves. Then the second thought, so these complex problems, I think when you look at what Anne Gatia shared in the morning, that scoping exercise, maybe we could narrow down to a few of these complex challenges rather than tackling everything. If we tackle a few that are really complex, that require everyone to come around the table, then work on those. And I think the panel has been able to explore. The second is that there are innovations also. Like when we listened to our presenters earlier, there is somewhere we can learn, we can pick something, even from outside the country, maybe the other 17 countries and so on. Probably an innovation festival, or I don't know what it will be, but picking a few of those scalable ones, trialing together and trying them as we learn on how they can move to scale. And the last one is the whole aspect of working together, partnerships, learning how to make partnerships work. We had the example from Aga Khan on the communities of practice. How do we get together and work together consistently to resolve these problems? So I think we have enough to move us to the next session in terms of exploring. And thank you so much for your participation. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the members of this panel, the panelists, the moderator. I think they've done a good job in helping us to really reflect on these matters. What is emerging is that we are really making some progress, but more needs to be done. I know the Kenya National Commission has been keen to supporting the ministry in developing an M&E framework, and especially based on the commitments that we have made at the national, regional, and global levels. And I know we are seeing a lot of, emerging capacities and emerging partnerships. I think if we can just be able to crack the issue of all of us working together and getting data for the benefit of the child, then I think we are going to make very good progress. Thank you very much. Very key points that have emerged, and especially as Dr. Mugo was summarizing, I hope that our rapporteur has picked all of them. So please, if you haven't followed up with Dr. Mugo, make sure that they emerge very well, because he has summarized them very well. Now, I want to seek the indulgence of this team. We were supposed to have another session before we go for lunch. I am not sure how long the presentations will be. We have people who have been participating in the Knowledge Hub, and we wanted them to share with us what they have taken away from the Hub. And I think this would climax very well in what we have been able to do in the morning. So if we can really keep our, how many are they? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. I know we were supposed to go for lunch at 1:45. If we can just push ourselves just a bit, so that in the afternoon at 3, we just come for our group work and then we finish, that would be very good. And I know I'm pushing you. Am I pushing you too hard? Yeah? Director, am I pushing you too hard? That's how the program was. So I am, because we are a bit late, I am seeking your indulgence that we push ourselves a bit so that we listen to these presentations. And I want to request the presenters that we were requested to have, is it 8 minutes presentation maximum? Please keep your presentations short so that then we can manage our time well. So we have the three of them, and we have the moderator, Anne Gashoya. Please come forward. Please help us to manage time so that every one of them keeps to their time. So let's hear the exciting story of people who have walked down the story of the hub. Karibuni. And settled down, I know there are some questions we have not still settled that have been asked on the online platform. So what we have agreed to do, we will share them with the respective respondents, and then we are going to also put it on the chat so that it can be, and the members can see it also on the screen.
Okay, thank you, Mary. As we have been guided, let's keep to our 7 minutes, not now 8, we keep to 7 minutes, and we continue with our sharing the knowledge that we have gotten from the workshops we have attended so far. We are here to run and to embrace the good practices in order to ensure improved learning outcomes in our schools. So who is the first person? Where are the names of the people? Or they know themselves? Yeah? Where? Which page? Okay, let's have the people coming. The one who is taking us through, Moses. Moses Abiero. Yes, take the floor and stick to your 7 minutes. Can give him another one.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks, Anne, for that introduction. Yeah, I will be very, very fast in terms of sharing the experience. I just want to say that first, my name is Moses Abelo. I work for Africa Early Childhood Network, and we are part of the community of practice with regard to early childhood education. We had quite a number of knowledge exchange events, 3 of them, on strengthening systems for effective delivery of ECD services. We also talked about appropriate methods, teaching methods for early childhood, and also assessment. We also looked at various challenges and also progress in early childhood education across the African continent. So basically, my presentation, I organized it into around 5 areas, but I'll be very fast in terms of running you through. So talk about Africa Early Childhood Network, the linkage between investment in ECD and human capital outcomes, the status of early childhood education in Africa, system strengthening, especially experience from the KIX community of practice, and then how this dovetailed into accelerating early childhood education outcomes in Kenya. Next. Yeah, so can realize that Africa Early Childhood Network serves as a platform to champion excellence and collaboration in protecting children's rights, influencing policy and practice, strengthening partnerships, and sharing experiences and knowledge in ECD on the African continent. We work across 4 core program areas, that is regional advocacy, national networking, implementation research, and quality improvements. We are also privileged to coordinate the Africa Union ECD cluster that brings partners together in an effort to realize the objectives of CSR 1625, which are related to early years. And the Africa Union ECD cluster working groups are organized into 4 areas, that is policy and advocacy, governance and accountability, quality improvements, and knowledge generation and dissemination. So partners are encouraged to kind of join in one of the working groups. So this basically, it gives us a flash in terms of relationship between investment in LES and human capital outcomes. And from what we can observe is that the period between 0 to 5 years is very critical in terms of forming the foundation for accumulation of human capital, and therefore investment in early childhood education is very key in terms of providing a strong foundation for learning. It also helps in terms of ensuring effectiveness and efficiency in the education system, and finally, in terms of promoting economic growth. Next. So this just gives us a gist in terms of comparison of human capital index across the globe. And from what you can see is that Sub-Saharan Africa lags behind at 0.40, which means that a child born in Africa today, Sub-Saharan African today, can only expect to achieve only 40% productivity level. And from the previous slide, we see that more and better investment in early childhood education has a potential to improve human capital outcomes in the region, especially with regard to expected years of schooling and then in terms of performance. Next step. Yeah, this gives us a comparative analysis of human capital across African countries. And we see that in terms of Kenya, Kenya is at position 3 overall in Africa with the human capital index of 0.55, but this is not very good because we realize that a child born in Kenya today can only expect to achieve 55%. So that needs to be worked on. Next stage. Yeah, in terms of access rates, we realize that Africa still lags other regions. We see that on average, we are at 33%, which means that about 2/3 of eligible children are not enrolled in any form of pre-primary education on the African continent. Yes. This also gives us just statistics in terms of enrollment across selected African countries. We see that Liberia is at 156, Kenya is at 76, which means that in terms of enrollment, we are doing well. According to the Education Statistics Report of 2019, we are at now 109, which is great. But again, we see that there are challenges in terms of data capture. So that needs also to be looked at. Yes. So in terms of governance, from the experiences we had, we realized that while only Mauritius and Namibia had ECD policies in 2001, we see that there has been improvement in policy environment. Currently, 61% of 54 countries in Africa have comprehensive ECD policy. In terms of coordination, still challenges in vertical and horizontal coordination of service delivery is there, as also demonstrated by panel discussions. But we have good case studies from Kenya, Malawi, Zambia, Ghana, among others, that we can learn from in terms of improvement of coordination. We realize that the devolution of pre-primary education and childcare facilities brought in some advantages and also some challenges, but improvement have been realized in terms of strengthening the coordination between the ministry and the Council of Governors and also Council of Governors and the county government. So in terms of financing, we see that still more needs to be done in terms of ensuring that public spending in ECD is improved. Again, we also discussed about monitoring and evaluation, where we saw that more needs to be done in terms of data, evidence generation, and evidence sharing. Yes. Challenges are there. I think I've mentioned them. We have equity and quality challenges, and they are enumerated there. Next. So we have this, and then this will form my final presentation in terms of improving ECD service delivery through systems approach. And from the discussions that we had in terms of the focus of KIX, KIX 10, these are well captured, ensuring that there is effective planning and financing, appropriate curriculum and assessment, improving city workforce, building strong community and parental engagement, and then strong quality assurance. But lastly, ensuring that there is multi-sectoral collaboration across different sectors of health, nutrition, security and child protection, early stimulation, and responsive caregiving, because we have that ECD is holistic and is multi-sectoral. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Evans, for that presentation. Let's give Evans SNE clap as we usher in Olive Budia to come and take us through the teaching and the learning. Olive, come and take us through. He has taken 8 minutes, so take also the 8 minutes.
Yes, I will. I think we were supposed to reflect on what we had gone through in the community of practice in relation to the area of responsibility. That is where I work. And of course, I come from KICD, so it's curriculum development. So I think we can go to the next. So what some of the best practices that I found was breaking down the curriculum development process into 3. It was being called concept mind mapping, that we look at the planning stage and we isolate all the things that we need to do. I think in our case, I think we just happened at it when we started curriculum development. We found there are certain things we needed to do, but now from the community of practice, I found they were looking at the planning as one stage, and you need to look at all the things that affect planning, all the things that affect designing and the development. So that's what I took, that we need to really, before we can even start designing the curriculum, look at these 3 components critically. Okay, next. So from that, I looked at the Tanzania. I found Tanzania was doing quite well. I mean, they started their competence-based reforms in 2005, but they are our neighbors here. I looked at all the challenges, all the things that they went through, and there are some of the things that we are going through, but how much did we network with Tanzania? So I felt, and I think this is where we are going with this forum, is that we need to network. They have dealt with their competence-based, they have learned lessons, so we can learn a lot from them. So Tanzania is just one example. There were many others, but I picked Tanzania. So I think this sharing should be done more often so that people in different areas can benefit from others. There was another one. Okay, let's go to the next one quickly before my 7 minutes. The other one was on teacher. Curriculum implementation, and I think all of you are aware, is really affected by teacher. You can hear the story that is going in Kenya. Teachers are unable to do this. So I felt the next best practice would be in teacher professional development. And I like the model of, Dr. Maina Gioko, the model that they are adopting with teacher professional development. So there were case studies on the individual. I know there is teacher professional development at the individual level. There is also at the whole school. There is also at departmental levels, and of course at the school, and also at the national and regional levels. So that's where teacher professional development happens. And you can tell in Kenya, we utilize the last one and try to cascade. So we need to build on the other. So I felt this model, all these case studies are good. And I think it's time we also picked the other areas. At the individual teacher level, what are we asking the teachers to do? Professional development is not about coming to a forum and being trained. It's also encouraging teachers to look at how they need to develop. I was sharing with somebody of a break time, and I was saying, doctors who are trained 30 years and 40. I've never heard of them going through a national training when new diseases arise. Isn't it? When COVID arises. So we need to make sure our teachers know that professional development is also not at the national level or at school level. It is also at the individual level. So I felt that I needed to highlight this. So that TSC, please, you need to sensitize these teachers. That you don't wait until TSC calls you for a training, because now we are going to implement a new competence-based curriculum. They also need to capacity build themselves. They need to read. Now with internet, a lot can happen. So that I found Kenya relies heavily on the national, the regional, we cascade, but the teachers are not looking at how they can capacity build themselves. Anything else after that? I think I'm done. Yes. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Let's clap for 2 factorials for Orif. You know factorials? Let's give her 2 factorials. Together you can read. Yes. All right. Just 2 minutes. I just want to say that ECE is basically the foundation, and investing in pre-primary is fundamental for the realization of universal pre-primary education. Indeed, we have been told system strengthening will be key for us to achieve this. In addition, we find that pre-primary education services are in themselves multi-sectoral in nature. Hence, there is need to adopt and embrace the multi-sectoral approach to the provision of these services. When we come to teaching and learning, we are glad that Orif has taken us through. It's about the planning, it's about the design itself and the development. And this is in tandem with the standard operating procedures in which, as a sector, we are certified under. So I also find it very nice when Orif has told us doctors do not go back for training. They are not called for any national training. And so are the architect. And so are even those who build the roads and all that. They just read and read. And I'm glad that it has also come out, benchmarking, doing research. It is very key. I have just thought about it, and I've realized when schools closed in March, and this was a global thing, Kenya went ahead and started undertaking research. And we still appreciate UNESCO, UNICEF, World Bank, and many other organizations, because they kept on sending emails. This is what is happening in this country, in New Zealand, in Germany, in France, and then the ministry could take all those researches, all those evidence of good practice, and by so doing, Kenya emerged among the top in ensuring safe school operations when it came to reopening of schools. So you can see how reading can actually help in improving our systems. And so with the CBC implementation, the challenges it is facing, as Oliver has said, they are not unique. They are just like what other countries face when you are undertaking a reform, a change, a transformation. And with that, participants, I want to give you 2 minutes, 3 minutes. There's no neck. They are not coming. Yes, Nani said it's not there. So we had another presentation, which is we are not going to allow this time because the person is not here with us. Maybe next time he'll be available to take us through. So I'm giving you 2 minutes for reaction. Both those who are physically present in this forum and even those who are on virtual. You can just speak if you are virtual, and those who are present, they can just raise up their hand. Kindly comment input for improvement and how we can proceed moving forward as a team, especially on ECE, as well as improving learning outcomes. Anyone? Yes, Madam Emis.
Yeah, I just want to comment. Thank you, our presenters who have done it so well. Mine is to comment on ECD. As you have emphasized, the ECD is very critical for the progression and the learning outcome for learners, even as they progress to the next levels of education. Mine is to, as we look at ECD, let us look at the awesome, how the learners in ECD can they get a wholesome, holistic education when they are comfortable. Why am I talking about being comfortable? Our presenter summarized some of the assessments they did, but I've noticed there's something which was missing, and from various assessments that we have read and we have come across, the issue of infrastructure for ECD is one thing. Kaidre, I think it's the high time we also started looking at the infrastructure. What is the water sanitation for the learners? Some of the assessments that were carried out in some of the sectors, we have realized that especially in the arid and semi-arid lands, some of the learners in ECD do not have proper sanitation, like toilets. They are sharing toilets with the big boys, big girls. No gender-sensitive toilets for these babies. So that is the infrastructure I'm talking about. As we embark on making this child comfortable in schools, achieving the learning outcomes that we expect, progressing, transiting from one level to the other, let us ensure the environment they are in is conducive for their learning. Thank you. Just a comment.
Okay. Yes, very good. Emis, it's about the holistic development and also ensuring that we prioritize carefully so that whatever strategy we implement are those that will bring a larger impact. They'll bring a change. Yes, let's have you.
Thank you very much. Olive has just brought something which is very close to my heart, and that is learning. As teachers, our core business is learning. How come we are not learning teachers? We're not practicing what we are trying to do. Because if we are going to expect externally KICD to train us and TAC to train us, we are not practicing what we are doing. We are busy teaching, and the focus is learning. How can we turn this around and we start learning ourselves? It's a big challenge, and it's something which we need to start pushing so that teachers see themselves as learners. Thank you.
Indeed. Indeed, that is very good. One of the principles, is it the principle? It is about learning to learn. That is one of the key things which we have in the CBC. Hence, you can see in the future, we shall now be people, we shall actually inculcate a leading culture and a learning culture in our societies. Let's have Director, Teacher Education.
Thank you, Madam Anne. To advance the same remark made by, I didn't say his name, is that this skill that we are talking about learning needs to be instilled in our prospective teachers, the teachers that are undergoing the training in our colleges. So for us to succeed as KIX, we also need to focus on the teachers undergoing the training in our colleges. And I would like to say that from the 4th of October, next month, all our public institutions, teacher training colleges, have students, have trainees. So for us to succeed in this innovation, we need to start it with our trainees so that when they leave our colleges, they get out with those innovations and transmit or translate them as they practice as teachers. So we need to advance that. We focus on the colleges where these teachers are being churned out so that they come out as holistic teachers. If we continue the way we are, we shall continuously capacity build them, capacity development on anything that comes. But when we train them and they know how to adjust to the prevailing circumstances, then we shall succeed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Director. It's about pre-service, not just wait and start in servicing. Those are some of the innovations. Let's have James Getahi, then Kilongo. Let's have James Getahi first. He is online. Huh? He has raised his hand, or it's a mistake. Okay, Kilongo, come in. Are you the one? The hand is up. Okay. Oh, I thought it is the hand, which is up. Strufana? Those who are online, kindly raise up your hand. We shall see you and give you the opportunity to engage.
Okay, can I say something?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the presenters. I think one aspect that we need to borrow from elsewhere as a country is the aspect of financing ECDE. I think Mr. Abiero or Dr. Abiero raised something on funding, and that's an area in our country that we are still behind. I think we need to do some study on the cost of financing early childhood education so that it is common across the country, because now, as we have said, ECD is devolved. Every county is doing their own thing. As we need a national level advice so that it is reflected in every county so that we have equity in that area. At the same time, also, we know that there are aspects of age, at what age, and some parts of the country, ECD, some children are lagging behind. So we need to inform policy through research on how many children join ECD early. Thank you.
Very good, Madam Kilogo. It's also about financing model. It's about the resources. We know resources are fundamental, even for the construction of wash facilities, even for food, the meals. And you see, food is one of the key things that actually enhance access and the retention in learning, and hence improve the quality of learning. Those who are online, kindly, is there someone who want to contribute? No one. So I think we have come, I've been summarizing as we move on. So I need not to start again what I've already summarized. And I want to say thank you very much. The people who have presented, Evans and Olive, and all the participants, those present physically, and those who are with us virtually. And I say thank you very much. And over to you, Madam Kangeda.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the presenters. I know we have missed the learning or the lessons from NEC or an assessment, learning assessment. And I know there is quite a lot that has been learned in this area. So I will request Anne, probably as we move on, even during the group work, we could still highlight some of the lessons that have been learned in that area. As we continue responding to what we are also seeing online. I know there is one question we still need to respond to as to what we can do in terms of our research. We will still post the response from Kinoti. So with that, I think we could now go for lunch. I also want to clarify something, that the hub is an opportunity for all of us to draw from it. It is not the hub that is going to move towards supporting us. The hub is an opportunity with a lot of resources, with opportunities to learn. So it is us to engage with it so that we can be able to draw from it. Because I've noted some comments like the hub should do. The hub is an opportunity for us to learn and to take away what we would want to take from it, and also contribute to it. So I think that's something we need. All of us belong to the hub. It's an opportunity for us. So I felt I needed to clarify that. So we can now go for lunch. I don't know whether somebody wants to pray for us, as is our practice, that we pray for our meal. Do we have a volunteer here? Kirongo? Oh, I can. Okay, you can go ahead.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for taking us through the morning session. We ask that we place the food that is before us in Jesus' name.
Take the shortest time possible for our lunch. We want it's almost going 2:22. I say that we be here latest 3:10. 3:10, we will be starting our group work. We will have a session that will be very interactive, not really listening to the presentations again, but more of us contributing. So let's be seated here at 2:10 for the afternoon session. So the virtual participants, I still appeal to you. Please remain connected. Let's meet at 3:10. Thank you very much.